I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Tory leadership candidates Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak go head-to-head in front of Conservative voters in Manchester tonight.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Friday, the 19th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Anne and Mark.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you.
And here are your top stories this morning.
Party members in Manchester will have the chance to put their questions to the Tory leadership hopefuls. Tonight from 7, GB News' Alistair Stewart will make sure both candidates are quizzed on their plans to lead the country.
And don't forget, you can watch and listen to those hustings live on GB News. Make sure you don't miss it.
Well, our reporter has been speaking to the good people of Manchester to see what they think of this leadership contest.
Helping people with low income.
I think the public transport up here is shocking compared to London.
Better schemes for single parents.
Is probably Rishi Sunak. However, I'm not sure I trust him.
Tories need to be out.
We'll have more from Manchester, plus...
Morning, I will be on some very impressive doorsteps this morning in Strangford and Portaferry.
So there you are. Yeah,
that's yes.
Yeah. Doogie Beattie could be on your doorstep. There's a threat. And the Queen's granddaughter has been working in a garden centre, which has got everybody talking about Saturday jobs and student jobs. Which ones did you take on? And do you remember about your first introduction to the world of work? What was yours?
Lots. Worked in a bar, Rose Nursery, sports car factory.
Sports car factory?
Yeah,
That sounds quite
Dutton
fun.
and at Chichester. They made kit cars.
What did you have to do?
Put lots of things on which fell off later. But,
Yeah,
we won't mention
blame
that.
him, absolutely. I did evenings of washing up at the local girls' college, boarding school, and it was it was hard work.
And blistered hands.
Yeah, and actually, no, I was allowed a dishwasher, one of those great big industrial dishwashers, but you had to stack it, put it in, and then when you opened it, the steam hit you like crazy, and it was hard graft. But it's a good idea, isn't it? Lots of people in the office at the moment saying everybody's sort of contrasting jobs that they used to do.
They don't seem to have done very much out there, actually, when you speak to them.
No, well, but, you know, the younger you go, the posher people get, and I think youngsters don't like doing these Saturday jobs, but maybe it should be compulsory.
Send them up the chimneys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only
What did
joking.
you do?
Yeah.
GB Views at gbnews.uk. Love to hear from you, please.
And as...
Yeah, there you go. Get in touch with us. It's a bit of a competition, you know, like, when I was a youngster, I used to sleep in a cupboard under the stairs, sort of thing. And it's the grottier job you did, the more of a sort of badge of honour you wear now.
Yeah, and not just school. I mean, going up to college and university, in my day, even though you got a full grant, that was the only way you actually got by, was to have your Saturday or weekend job. I mean, I remember I worked at a pub Saturday on Sunday, and I earned more than I actually used to get for my grant during the week. And that's what got me through university.
Good gosh.
So, because of the tips.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's it. And a lot of us, I think, have done waitering or waitressing, and you do look forward to the tips, don't you? Because that's what makes the difference, actually.
Yeah.
The rest of it is just sheer hard work. One of my jobs was working at Butlins in Minehead, and I was a cocktail waitress in the very late
Not a red
evenings.
coat with the,
I was a red coat for a week.
Really?
A week.
Wow.
But then you very quickly learned that being a red coat was too much hard work because you were never allowed to take tips from the punters, and you couldn't. The rule was then that the bars couldn't serve you, the coffee shops couldn't serve you, because the idea was to get a punter to pay for your coffee or your drink or something.
Okay.
So and the hours were terribly long. And frankly, red coat jobs really only any good for people who want to make it in an entertainment business.
But it was an apprenticeship for many of our modern comics and,
absolutely.
and performers.
But that was the great thing about doing the cocktail waitering in the evening, was you got to see all of the cabaret acts, the big ones. They really like.
So big you've forgotten.
So big I've forgotten all of their names.
Well, we got Dr. Hook on the programme later. I don't really remember those at Butlins. Probably not, but there we go.
I don't remember them doing Butlins. But,
Great band.
Anyway, we want to hear about what sort of jobs you did when you were a youngster to get by, because Lady Louise Windsor, who is Sophie and Edward's daughter, she has been working in a garden centre, and so much so that it's made the front page of the Sun,
no less. Yeah.
And somebody, what was it? Somebody, one of the locals said, I knew there was a cost of living crisis, but honestly...
I didn't think it was quite this bad.
Yeah, cost of living crisis must be bad, says the Sun.
Good for her.
No, extremely good for her. So we want to hear from you this morning on what sort of job you did and whether you think it actually was the making of you as well. It taught you. What did it teach you? gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Politics, I'm afraid now. Yes, it's the leadership contest between the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak and the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, continuing with GB News' Alistair Stewart hosting a hustings in Manchester tonight. Now, you can watch and hear it live on GB News from 7 p.m. tonight.
And our reporter Sophie Reaper has been out on the streets of Manchester ahead of tonight's debate, asking people what issues matter to them and who they might want to choose.
Helping people with low income and putting some money, something on for them.
I think that they should be looking to do something about the energy bill crisis that we've got going on. The cost of living is just going to spiral out of control. I think people are already struggling.
I don't care whoever it is, as long as they, do something, Action is, speaks louder than words,
Tories need to be out, but also Keir Starmer needs to not be pretending to be Labour when he's absolutely not. We need to stop trying to privatise everything.
I don't think Sunak comes from a working class background. He doesn't know what it's like to live a standard life.
Make it better is take care of the people. More recreation and the children and the streets. Homeless people, help homeless people.
It's Labour, it's got to be. This is a working city. Everybody works, everybody struggles, but ain't no one helping Manchester out.
The new Prime Minister needs to focus on the levelling up of the UK. I think the public transport up here is shocking compared to London. They keep on saying that they're going to do more to help Manchester, but they're really not.
The one that's probably going to do the better job is probably Rishi Sunak. However, I wouldn't necessarily prefer Rishi Sunak. I'm not sure I trust him.
A lot of people are struggling. They are well dressed with a gold chain, but mentally they are going through a lot. And I don't think government is doing enough.
If I was Prime Minister for the day, the first thing I would do would get them all in and I'd say, right, there's no more expenses being paid and I want you to take a pay cut. And whoever was left, they're the true ones, aren't they? They're the ones that will help you lead the country. We want a strong person.
And that's neither of them.
No. They've got no bottle, darling.
Better wages, better schemes for single parents.
Increase the minimum wage to help the people that are really struggling, which is lots. I work in a hospital and we've got nurses that are using food banks. Should never be happening.
Tax cuts is a load of nonsense because at the end of the day, we're a society.
Don't you just love Mancunians? They speak their mind, don't they? Well, our North West reporter, Sophie Reaper, joins us now. Hello there, Sophie. It's very interesting. People really have got strong opinions, and quite a lot of the people you spoke to didn't like either of the candidates.
Yeah, that's right. So as we've just heard, there are a lot of issues that people here in Manchester and the wider North West want whoever the new PM is to provide solutions for. And that's why these hustings are so important, because it gives Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss the opportunity not only to garner support from party members here in the North West, but also to put forward how they're going to tackle these issues that are not only important to the people of the North West, but up and down the UK. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the candidates say here in Manchester this evening, because ultimately that's what it's going to come down to, is who can step up now to prove to the people of the North West that they're going to tackle these really key issues.
Remember Sophie Fraser's The Northern Powerhouse, levelling up, underlining the fact that it's not quite there yet. The A-level results yesterday, huge difference between the north and the south. You know, there's still this north-south divide, it seems, in the country.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think when we were speaking to people here in Manchester yesterday, there was a real sense that a lot of politics and the political decisions that are made in Westminster are very London-centric. And I think the people of the North, and as we heard in Manchester yesterday, just want a voice for themselves and just want equal opportunities here in the North.
Looking at a north-south divide and what the people of Manchester are most interested in, who do you think they favour between those two candidates, really?
Well, I think you summed it up earlier on when you said that a lot of people yesterday said neither of the candidates, but for those who did actually give us an answer, it was quite balanced between Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. I wouldn't say that either of them were preferred. So, as I say, it'll be interesting to see what they say this evening to try and swing either way.
Yeah, we're just looking at those images, the sort of cartoon-like images of the two candidates. I wonder what will happen tonight. It'll be quite interesting. Thanks very much indeed for joining us for the moment. Nice to see it's not raining in Manchester. Well, it so often is.
And hopefully we'll
moment.
try and find a McDonald's for Mr Sunak.
Well, yes. Now, you see, I hadn't heard about this yesterday. I must have had my head in the sand.
I think is the phrase.
But he was asked what his favourite McDonald's meal was.
Yes, and he
why
came...
Why did that come up as a question?
Well, I think it was on another rival television programme. He was obviously trying to be man of the people. He was asked, what do you have at McDonald's? And said, you know, understandably, oh, I like having a wrap because my daughter likes having a wrap. Unfortunately, they haven't done a wrap since, I think, 2019. So slightly out of...
Why he didn't just say a burger, what else, or something? Or maybe he just said, I don't go to McDonald's.
At least he didn't say a Whopper.
He was just trying to be man of the people-ish. Whenever a politician tries to be man of the people-ish, it doesn't work, does it?
They need more Saturday jobs, don't they, really?
They really should have done a realistic Saturday job. Anyway, let's bring you up to date with what's going on today. NHS leaders are warning that the NHS faces a humanitarian crisis this winter unless further action is taken to tackle rising energy bills. In a letter to the government, the NHS Confederation says more people will fall ill if they have to choose between skipping meals to heat their homes or living in cold, damp conditions. The government has committed to giving the poorest households £1,200 of extra support.
A drought has now been declared in southwest Wales after an extended period of dry weather and low rainfall, despite, of course, the thunderstorms. A hosepipe ban also been brought in to answer the strain on public water supplies. Now, National Resources Wales says the whole region has had just 65.5% of its average rainfall in July.
Self-driving vehicles could be on UK motorways in the next 3 years under new government plans. The Department for Transport says £100 million is being invested into the scheme to boost the rollout. The government claims the self-driving industry could create up to 38,000 jobs and allegedly make roads safer.
Back to the politics. Rishi Sunak says he will restore NHS dentistry if he becomes our next Prime Minister. The leadership contender has announced a 5-point plan to resolve problems that have caused them to shift mostly to private work.
Meanwhile, we hate to load it on, but you're waking up to yet another strike today. This time, it's the RMT union who control the London Tube network. At the same time, over 1,600 employed by the London United Bus Company, well, they're also on strike in another pay dispute.
Yes, today's walkout comes between two network rail strikes yesterday and then tomorrow. A strike yesterday in the long-running pay dispute involving several other unions, of course.
It gets confusing,
yes,
doesn't it, as to who's on strike when and whether a one-day strike is in fact a one-day strike anymore because it affects so many other days. Let's speak to Neil Middleton, Director at Rail Future. A very good morning to you, except that it's probably not a good morning for a lot of commuters, is it?
It's not, although of course these days so many more commuters than it used to be can now work at home, just like me, to be honest. You know, here I am on video being interviewed. You know, particularly pre-COVID, so many more people would have had to go to the office, and you're actually now getting people saying, "Hey, it's good to be on a strike. I like the strike because it's a reason for me not to have to go to work today, and I can work at home again." So it is a big difference. But of course, there are still a lot of people who, like your good selves, for instance, who have to actually physically have to go into the workplace every day, and for them, it can be a nightmare doing the travel.
Who's to blame for all of this? Why can't some sort of resolution be reached?
Oh, I really, really wish it could be. It of course is, particularly on Transport for London, it's effectively a three-way dispute between the government, the Transport for London itself, of course, and the unions. And of course, you've just been talking about the Conservative leadership contest, and that is just an added complicated factor because nobody is making any decisions at the government level. And key to TfL being able to sort out the disputes with the unions is for them to understand how much money they're going to get from the government to be able to negotiate with them and then actually deliver on the promise they make to them at the end. Because that of course, is the key challenge at the moment, is that TfL don't know how much money they've got and therefore don't feel able to negotiate a settlement with the unions. And in the meantime, the passenger suffers. And also, critically, I think the other thing that happens is that there's going to be less money going around because a good portion of Transport for London, as it is on National Rail, is funded by passenger rail fares or bus fares, as the case may be. And if there's less of them or people decide, as they might do, hey, I'm going to buy a car now, or not give up the car in the way I plan to respond to the cost of living crisis, then that means less income, not just today, not just the loss of today's income, for TfL, but the loss of income every day going forward. And that's a real challenge because that means that there's less money in the pot to pay staff wages.
And passengers, I think, probably getting a bit confused as to what should be happening because clearly the union's saying they're trying to talk to the separate rail companies in the national rail dispute and indicating perhaps the government ought to step in. The government's saying, no, it's up to the individual train companies to sort out the agreements with the union.
Yeah, absolutely, and the reality, of course, is both have a role to play. It is the train companies that are the people doing the actual negotiating. But before they can negotiate, they need to know the rules of the game they need to follow from the government because the way the rail industry works now, and effectively, although the mechanics are a bit different, the same applies to TfL. Public transport requires subsidy. The government decides how much that subsidy is going to be, and then the people that are the operating entities, whether that's TfL or the rail companies, are the people that deliver and do the final negotiations with the unions. But they can't negotiate until the government gives them a sum of money to do that negotiation. And I rather suspect that sum of money isn't going to be sorted out and agreed until after the Conservative leadership election and whether Rishi Sunak or Liz Truss, whatever they decide their priorities for money are.
Yes, indeed. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they can take some sort of decisive action and end all this because it's pretty awful for potential passengers. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. That's Neil Middleton, who is Director at Rail Future. Thank you very much indeed. Well, don't go away. We've got lots more to come, including if you want to be happier at work, you should be standing up at your desk instead of sitting down.
Does that include us?
I don't know.
We'll find out, won't we? Yeah.
Hello, good morning. Aidan McGivern here with the latest forecast. Showers for many of us this morning, but the showers are replaced by sunny spells in the south, whilst further scattered showers continue in the afternoon in the north. It's towards the north where low pressure is currently slowly moving near Iceland. And that's sent a couple of weather fronts in from the Atlantic. Those are clearing the southeast during the morning, but the potential for some heavy downpours for a time, East Anglia and the southeast, before eventually it turns drier and brighter. And by lunchtime, it's, well, a dry afternoon for southern parts of the UK with sunny spells, whilst it's going to feel cooler for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Scattered showers here, a bit more cloud, a breeze. Although still some sunshine away from the showers and temperatures reaching 19 to 21 Celsius, 22 to 26 Celsius for southern areas with that sunshine and lighter winds. And actually, many of the showers in the north die away overnight, leaving behind clear spells for a time. But by midnight, the next area of rain and wind arrives into the far northwest. Northern Ireland, western Scotland turn wet and increasingly breezy overnight, risk of coastal gales for exposed parts of western Scotland. Away from there, most places start off the weekend dry. There'll be some sunshine first thing, a fresh start, I think a cooler night to come compared with recent nights, especially in the south. We keep the sunshine though for the Midlands, eastern and southern England through a good part of the morning. Areas of cloud do drift south and they'll give some showers across central and southwestern areas, but the most lively showers are expected across Scotland and Northern Ireland and turn up into Northern England by the end of the afternoon. Feeling cool in the north with that breeze, I think high teens at best. Further south, low to mid-20s, so around average for the time of year. Sunday starts dry and bright for many of us. It stays that way through the day in the east. However, it turns a bit wetter later on in the west.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello again, welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Anne and Mark. And don't throw anything at your TV. It's us that's gone a bit weird rather than you, because we are standing up to talk the next 5 or 10 minutes or so.
So we can declaim properly.
Absolutely, because we're talking about standing desks. Apparently, they boost the health and happiness of office workers whilst reducing the time that they spend sitting by 1 hour a day at least, apparently. That's according to the latest research.
Yes, it's taken a team of UK researchers monitoring...
Sorry, you're so much taller than me.
I can see the autocue now. A team of UK researchers monitored the sitting habits of nearly 800 office workers. Those who stood in meetings and had printers and bins moved further from their desks and sat for 20 minutes less per day. Let's find out more with our guest, Nicola Adams, a health ergonomist who are also making stand-up in the studio.
Yeah, it's your
Welcome.
fault, by the way, this.
Yeah.
But why is standing up at your desk much better for you than sitting down?
Because we want to build in movement through the day. And so, unfortunately, when we're working increasingly long hours and as a result from the pandemic and working from home, we really need to get some movement in. But people who feel tied to their work sit down for most of the time. So if there's a way of standing or moving more whilst we're working, then it's a bit of a win-win for people.
Yeah, I mean, I remember health and safety always used to say, you know, make sure you get up from your desk every 40 minutes to move around and break your eyes from the computer as well, so you can get around. But, I mean, to stand for, 8 hours in the office, that's a bit much, isn't it?
No, absolutely. We don't want people just chucking out their chair and standing for too long either, because that's just as bad for you.
But that's a problem then, isn't it? Because that means you've got to have the ability to sit at your desk, but also to stand at it.
Yes.
Which means you need one of those very, very expensive rise up, go down desks.
Yes, so I think this study actually took desk adapters, so you didn't need to chuck out your desk. You just adapt your desk to a sit-stand adapter that you can then rise up and down. But really, the important thing about this is education. So we don't all need to start to buy expensive sit-stand desk adapters or sit-stand desks. We just need to be more disciplined in moving more during the day and taking those recommended breaks. Ideally, you would take a break at least once an hour, but ideally a little bit more than that.
I read that this is actually quite popular, or has been, in Germany and Sweden, and that IKEA now has a £400 standing. This is not sort of some, Swedish way of getting us to buy new desks for the office. It's a sort of cunning plan.
The sit-stand desks or desk adapters have been around for a long time. And as I've been working as an ergonomist, I've been seeing companies slowly adapt and bringing these in. So it's desks, any adapters and the sit-stand desks themselves are now, thankfully, a lot cheaper than
What is an ergonomist?
An ergonomist, as we look at how the body moves, we adapt work to the worker rather than us having to adapt to the work to ensure that we've got good musculoskeletal health, our bodies are healthy, we're staying energised and enjoying our work.
I remember working in a place once where they were talking about the ergonomics of chairs, because chairs are equally controversial, aren't they? And they were bringing out those sort of big balls that you just sit on.
Yes.
And they said that was good because it got you to use your core muscles just to sort of sit straight.
And then you fall
Is
back.
there any truth in that?
That's a question I get asked a lot. Exercise balls, they're great. They do engage the core, but it's pretty difficult to engage our core all day long.
Yes.
So maybe a bit of mix and match.
I guess a lot of people in offices, it's the neck and the shoulders as well. With a standing-up desk, you don't want to be looking down at a computer.
That's right.
So I guess for laptops, and this is as important as the desk, is where you get that.
Number one thing I'll always say, particularly when we're working from home, is raise that laptop, but not raise it and then you're suddenly doing this, but raise it and use a separate keyboard and
a bit
mouse.
difficult on television.
Yes.
Yes.
Really want to avoid.
I must say, just in the last couple of minutes of talking to you standing up, you do sort of use your body more, don't you?
Yeah,
you move around
and
a
it's
bit
getting
more.
that movement in, that more vigorous movement.
Whereas when you're sitting down in a chair, you're stuck to the ergonomics of the chair, aren't you?
Yes, we are, and we slowly creep forward.
I mean, it is beginning to creep into certain offices. You go and you see more of the standing-up desks.
Yes.
And I think you are beginning to see better chairs.
Yeah.
Do you think this is going to we're going to have to think about this more and more?
I think employers are having to encourage employees back into the office. There's still a lot of resistance to return to being in the office 5 days a week. So I think people now need to make offices more welcoming, which can only be a good thing, but to remember to be more comfortable as well.
Well, thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
You can have a sit down now.
Thank you very much.
Yes, the only trouble with us actually standing up is that it does look ridiculous. You're going to have to kneel down, or I'm going to have to stand on a box.
Actually, I'm standing on the box. That's why I'm taller than you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's one to think about, isn't it? Coming up, thank you. We'll be joined by Joanna Williams and John McTernan to take a look at today's newspapers.
And
I will be on some very impressive doorsteps this morning in Strangford and Portaferry.
Yeah, that's our Northern Ireland reporter, Dougie Beattie, who will be on your doorstep this morning. Stay with us.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello, welcome back. It's breakfast here on GB News with me and Mark. We were asking what sort of Saturday jobs you did, because it's the front page of The Sun today that Lady Louise Windsor, who is Sophie and Edward's daughter, a royal, has been doing an ordinary sort of Saturday job. She's been working in a garden centre. And everybody's so incredibly impressed by this that it is the front page lead of The Sun.
Counting the peonies, as they say
Oh,
in Sun,
bless
which is
her.
a very good headline, I have to say.
I mean, you have to say it's great, isn't it, that she's done an ordinary Saturday job like anyone else while she's waiting.
£6.83 an hour?
Well, she's
Is that
been
all
waiting
she's
for her
getting?
A-level
Goodness me.
results,
Right.
yeah. Well, this is interesting because we've been asking you what your Saturday job was, and here we go. Shelley says, when I was at school, I got an evening job in a chip shop. This was in 1985. I got paid £1.26 an hour, but used to get free chips, which was great. At that time, a bag of chips was 30p. Chips and gravy was 35p.
Ooh.
So £1.26
Chips and
an hour,
gravy.
at least you could have a good meal.
How much was the curry sauce, though, Jo? Was that extra on top?
the mushy peas.
No, I'm going to up the ante a bit with this with David. I worked as a cleaner inside a nuclear reactor. Hinkley Point 2 is being built, 8 teams of 2, each with a vacuum cleaner, starting at the bottom of the reactor, working our way up to the top. My team was the last out of the reactor. What a fantastic sight. The team ran various tests and I moved to London for training. Good times. Anyway, he's still with us. I'm now retired and volunteer for Wallingford Accessible Boat Club, taking disabled wheelchair users for trips on the Thames in an adapted boat.
Brilliant.
Well done, you. But
Oh, but my goodness, that is good.
I was
You're
gonna
cleaner in
say,
an
I think
inside
I might-
Hinkley Point.
might have thought twice about it, yeah.
Yeah. Hinkley is our big... In fact, there are 3 Hinkleys now, I think, down in Somerset. Steve says, I started a paper round at age 10 for about a year and then moved when I was 12, and I started working in a dairy parlour for about a year. Then during holidays only, I worked on the land till I finished school. And Alan says, he's in Land's End. Hi, Alan. When I was at school, I worked weekends and holidays on the fishing boats. It's important to do a grounding sort of Saturday job.
yeah, it's not just about earning the money, it's sort of getting to it on time.
It's learning
and
about the world
making
of
sure you get
work,
on with
isn't it?
The world of work, absolutely.
Interacting
Yes,
with
indeed.
people and actually realising the world doesn't revolve
Yeah.
around you, I guess.
Talking of interacting with people,
Yeah.
today's front pages.
Yes, let's have a look at them.
Yeah.
The Times is leading on the staffing crisis in British care homes because they say agencies are now going to be able to seek overseas workers to plug the gap.
On to The Guardian, covering the ongoing scandal over water companies' executive pay. in spite of several damaging PR disasters and, of course, latest, the sewage going into our seas.
Yes, isn't it lovely? The Mail is leading on the scramble for university places following yesterday's A-level results.
Express, leading on the leadership hopeful Liz Truss's plans to smash, as she said, the rail unions in response to the continuing strikes.
The Telegraph leads on a bombshell report indicating that lockdown may have killed more people than COVID.
On to the Mirror, which has an exclusive, the troubling case of an 87-year-old man who waited 15 hours for an ambulance after a fall.
Yeah, he fell outside and he couldn't move him, so while they were waiting for the ambulance, his family sort of built a little tent around him.
Yeah, but a makeshift goal.
With a goal, and umbrellas and things like that. Isn't that terrible? And as we've been talking about, The Sun has a rather more light-hearted leading story reporting that the Queen's granddaughter, Lady Louise, has taken a Saturday job at her local garden centre.
Counting the peonies, as they say inside. That's a good headline.
Yeah, it is. Time to go through the papers now. Joining us this morning, author and academic Joanna Williams and former advisor to Tony Blair, John McTernan. Good morning to both of you. Right, what are we starting with then?
I think I'm looking at lockdown deaths.
Oh, Telegraph, front page, right.
Yes, this is a shocking report, isn't it?
It's shocking, all the more shocking, sadly, because it was predictable. A number of people were actually saying that this would be the case, that this is what would inevitably happen as a result, essentially, of closing down the NHS and turning it into a national COVID service for the 2 years of the pandemic. Statistically, it's quite a complex story. Essentially, it's saying that more people are dying than we would expect at this time of year, that since the start of June, we've had more than 10,000. So we're not talking small numbers here. We're talking very substantial numbers. More than 10,000 people not just have died in this country, but above the seasonal average, so above where we were over the course of the past 5 years pre-pandemic.
This is because, what, they missed screening, appointments, seeing doctors and getting medical treatment in
Well,
time?
possibly. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for it. So they're saying that certainly circulatory diseases, heart diseases, diabetes, those seem to be the leading causes of deaths. Cancer, we know, is coming. Cancer deaths, there's a lot of undiagnosed cancer still out there. And these are diseases, for the most part, that if they are treated in a very timely fashion, if people get their help immediately, they suspect there's something wrong with them, then they can be prevented.
Do you know, I mean, we all remember, don't we, during lockdown, seeing so many interviews and hearing interviews with specialists, in the particularly cancer specialists, saying this is going to happen, and it has happened. And it's interesting, the Daily Telegraph, their headline is, "Lockdown feared to be killing." It's happening still.
Happening now,
it's not as if it's just something that happened during the pandemic.
But COVID is still killing people. The figures they're quoting here are, in the week ending August the 5th, 469 people died of COVID. So that's 1,600 people a month dying of COVID. And the truth is, there was no good option during the lockdown. If we hadn't turned the NHS into a COVID service, so many more people, thousands, hundreds of thousands, would have died of COVID. And there was going to be a consequence from that. The NHS was running hot before the pandemic. It's now in crisis, as we can see. The ambulance story.
Yes, I mean, that's the story that's the front page of the Mirror, isn't it? And
yeah,
and looking at that, there's this terrible case of this 87-year-old man.
Well, the stories I'm hearing from around the country where temporary shelters are being made by the ambulance services in different places, so that one ambulance driver can look after 3 patients before they can get into A&E. Because it's a crisis of A&E, it's a crisis of beds in the NHS, it's a crisis of social care. In people not being able to get out of hospital into social care beds, and so you've got this system on the edge of falling over completely.
Yeah, this is done in Cornwall, and they have noted a particular problem in Cornwall with ambulance availability, because they're literally queuing outside the hospital, with people in them trying to get them into the hospital beds.
If you go to any hospital in London this morning, you'll find ambulances queuing. It's happening everywhere across the country. And I'm very surprised, actually, this has not been an issue in the leadership campaign in the Tories. What's causing it is COVID staff shortages inside hospitals, increased demand on beds in hospitals, people coming in for treatment now who've been waiting because of the pandemic. And it's just there's not enough nurses, not enough doctors. Lots of our stories today in the front pages are all connected, aren't they?
Yeah.
They need to go abroad to get social care staff so we can actually have our homes, our residential care homes, fully staffed so they can be full of people who can move from hospitals, so then other people can go in from A&E and then... So I think there's a lot of connections here, and it's just...
What happened to those Nightingale hospitals? But clearly, you know, they managed to get them in place pretty quickly for COVID.
So they were never used because there were never enough staff to run them.
Right, so even though they've got the beds, you just can't get...
Well, they had the space.
Yeah.
The Excel, and they used the big
That's right,
exhibition centre. They set them up, but they were there for if there was a catastrophic crisis, and thankfully we avoided that in the health service. But it's the... You know, most hospitals are running.
Don't we seem to have been very slow off the mark addressing this problem? I mean, we knew as soon as we rolled out the vaccines, we must have been able to sense that we were going to come out of it sooner or later. And there should have been people actually sort of understanding that this sort of shortage...
Well, I agree with you, and health secretaries have failed to face up to this, that basically the BMA, the doctors, the RCN, the nurses, have been saying... for a long time, even the former chief executive of the health service said there's a funding crisis in the NHS that was visible from the moon. There's been a lot of warnings and too little action.
A-level results yesterday. Today, clearing. Everyone trying to get through to find out if they can get a place. 43,000 of them, the Daily Mail saying.
No, absolutely. We saw lots of happy, smiley faces yesterday and still on the front pages of some of the newspapers today of 18-year-olds celebrating their exam success. But the other side of this story is 43,000, as you say, without a university place. And the papers are suggesting a number of reasons for this. I mean, there just so happens to have been a bulge in the birth rate 18 years ago, and there are more 18-year-olds around in search of a place. But again, I think this is another consequence of lockdown as well. There were a number of children who, young adults who postponed university places for a year and deferred and have decided to take it up once university returned a bit more to normal. So they're now still in the system. But also, I mean, despite Brexit, there is a 7% increase in the number of international students in university. It's very funny because back in 2016, we were being given these dire predictions that nobody from abroad would want to come to a British university. Well, that seems to have turned out to be very not true. But
the universities look upon foreign students as cash cows.
Absolutely. And so they're carrying on getting them. They've found a way, like I said, despite the dire warnings we were given about Brexit. But, you know, I just feel sorry for these students. I think that's my overwhelming sentiment in response to this story. I feel sorry for them because of the disruption they've had to their education for the past 2 years. I feel sorry for them because their exam results are essentially a political football. You know, they're being manipulated 1 year up, they're being manipulated 1 year down, and they just don't seem to have much connection anymore, certainly on a national level, to the effort that students put in.
And, you know, the other thing is, when they actually get to university and they do their 3 years, the price they have to pay for that...
Completely.
I think it's 6.6% they have to pay per year now on their student loan, their student debt. I mean, no one would be paying a mortgage rate of that. It's double what the mortgage rate.
It's what the Bible calls usury, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It used to be condemned as a sin.
Yeah. And still, a lot of the universities are doing remote learning as well. So they go there, they pay for, university places in halls, residents, and they sit in their halls being remotely taught.
Young people are going to be paying the price of the education lockdown for a very long time, and I think it's one of the unspoken problems that, you know...
But isn't it your former boss's fault for insisting that every child...
My former boss?
Well,
Tony Blair put the fees in place, didn't he?
He put the fees in place, and he also sort of created the system where more and more youngsters are expected to go to university. More than is
a knowledge-based economy was the phrase that was used.
Yeah, but that's because most of us in Britain actually work in successful knowledge industries, which are export trades, whether it's TV or advertising or legal services or accountancy. One of our greatest assets in the UK is exporting knowledge services. And between, probably it's estimates from Tory ministers, that up to 70%, former Tory ministers, up to 70% of young people could go to university and productively have a career after that. You know, if we're going to be a successful post-Brexit economy, we need to invest in what we're great at, not in what we're not great at. And we're great at white-collar services, and that needs graduates.
But I think the other reason why I feel sorry for these students, these 43,000 students now missing a place, is because they've essentially been told since the age of 5 or 6 at school that going to university is the only option.
Yeah.
That if you want to make a success of your life, you go to university. Well, actually, do you know what? That's not true. I know plenty of people who haven't been to university, who've made a very, very successful life for themselves, many of whom are actually earning far more money than me, who did go to university.
Apprenticeships for engineering, science,
exactly.
technology.
So it's not the only option in life. You're not a failure if you don't go to university. And yet we've kind of had these completely arbitrary targets, 50%. It was for many years. Now we kind of pluck out the random figure of 70%. And what that does is it actually sends a message to the 50% who don't go, or the 30% who don't go, that they've failed somehow. And I think we have to send the other message to young people and actually say, do you know what? Not going to university is not the end of the world, and there are plenty of other things you can do.
It is definitely not the end of the world. The trouble is that we've got some professions now that insist on a degree that they didn't used to need at all. I mean, journalism is one of them.
Yeah.
I was apprenticed. I never went to university.
We've raised the school leaving age to 18 for a very good reason. And we're actually a much more highly educated society. It actually makes us sometimes more fractious on social media. Social media is both angry, it's also informed. And so our country's changed because the world is changing. And the world of, I was the second year in Scotland of kids who went to schools where the school leaving age was 16, raised to 16. So I think this thing evolves, and we have to make sure, absolutely right, we have to make sure what we're offering to young people gives them opportunities to grow, to make money, to learn, to travel, and to accept that we do need more apprenticeships. That's been a catastrophic failure the last decade. Not enough apprenticeships.
Obviously, if all else fails, you become a boss of a water firm.
Absolutely.
And do
wouldn't
nicely.
we all like to be there?
The Guardian,
The Guardian
with this extraordinary story, a day after it's revealed that they've opened the storm drains with raw sewage spilling onto our beaches, into our rivers, and they are being paid what?
Well, look, they are bureaucrats. They're public servants, but they get themselves paid like they're captains of industry. And that is the thing. They don't set the prices, that's set by the regulator. They don't set capital investment, that's set by the regulator. They don't set targets for leaks, that's set by the regulator. So all the things that normally a business leader would have to do to make the company work is done, it's told to do it by the regulator.
What competition is there? There's water and there's water. You can't get different water. So I'm scratching my head as to why you should have competing companies.
The reason it's privatised was simple, to get capital in, because in the 60s and 70s, not enough was being invested in it, because money was spent on schools or housing or railways or whatever. But you can't have a heavily regulated industry and then pretend that these people are massively entrepreneurial. Any of us on here, we could do those jobs. Maybe not as well as them, but I mean, given
they're not exactly doing
given what I was going to say, given what their performance is, I mean,
given the salary, I'd like the opportunity to try.
Just a day, just 1 or 2 days. That's all.
I'm sure I could
they're getting bonuses of 100 grand.
No, it's really disgusting. I mean, I think what we're seeing across all sectors of our economy, I mean, particularly the energy sector, is the consequences of this obsession with privatisation that we had 20, 30 years ago, really coming home to roost, where we've got companies that have just been run down into the ground, exploited for profit.
And many of them owned by foreign companies.
Exactly, yes. And
which is unnerving, to say the least.
And you just look across so many different sectors now, and we're really struggling, and British people are losing out when you compare our situation even to countries across Europe. You can see we are the ones who are paying far more, and actually French companies own a stake in our power. Why is that? That's not fair, is it? It just feels really unjust.
A French state company owning some of the buses where the unions are on strike today across London.
Yeah.
So they're having to negotiate with a French company to get a deal.
Will all of these troubles come to roost, given the fact that we're probably only about a year and a half away from a general election?
I thought you were going to say a year and a half away from a Labour government, which will solve all these problems.
That's what you can't
Or a
help.
hung parliament.
Yeah.
Who knows,
No, hung parliament.
I mean, these are going to be massive election issues, aren't they? Because we're in a year and a half's time, these problems aren't going to be solved. So we're going to be still thinking.
Yeah, I mean, today's front pages are the next general election campaign, aren't they? The state of the NHS, the state of the privatised industries, strikes, cost of living, NHS, social care.
And fat cat bosses getting fatter. Yeah?
Yes, fat cat bosses, and maybe if they stood up at work, they'd not be as unhealthy.
Yeah, you're into that now, are you? Standing up at work's meant to be very good for you. We've been talking a lot this morning about Lady Louise Windsor working in the garden centre. What sort of Saturday-type jobs did you do?
I stacked shelves in St Cuthbert's Cooperative in Morningside in Edinburgh, and I joined, it's the first time I joined a union. I joined the Shop Workers Union, USDAW, and I'm still a proud member of USDAW to this day. I stayed in that union, a good Labour union that's always supported the Labour government.
What did it teach you doing that sort of job?
It taught me to listen hard to what customers want, because in the end, that's what you're doing it for. You're stacking the shelves, but when they ask you where something is, you can't go, I'm the shelf stacker. You've actually got to go, actually, it's in aisle 3, and you realise bits of your memory are actually get quite good. So, yeah, that's where fish paste is, that's where bovril is, that's where... So it's good. That was good.
So what about you?
Well, I had loads. Oh, yes, from paper round at the age of 12 right the way through cafes and restaurants.
Yeah.
But my favourite one of all, I grew up in Middlesbrough. There was the Porthole Cafe, which was faced onto Albert Park. It was owned, the claim to fame is it was owned by Chris Rea's parents.
Oh, really?
Oh,
amazing.
Yeah. And there was a little hatch that led onto literally a porthole, and there was a Mr. Whippy ice cream maker. And my job during the summer holidays, I stood there and I made them.
That has to be one of the best
It was amazing.
And
I
put
loved
the
that
flake
job.
in for the 99 as well.
Absolutely.
That's a brilliant job. That's one of the best, isn't it? Great. So that's what we're asking today is, did you do a sort of lowly Saturday-type job?
Nothing lowly about Mr. Whippy's.
No, gosh, it really is one of the best I've heard of. But what sort of Saturday job did you do? And what do you think it did for you? Do get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
And reflecting those a bit later, but time now for On Your Doorstep.
And I'm not sure exactly where we are, but it's over to Doogie Beattie. Doogie, are you there?
I am indeed, and welcome to a very salubrious doorstep indeed. Well, it's one that if we knock the door, the dogs might get set on us, I think, but I just have to outrun the cameraman. I don't have to be quick. But it is a beautiful Georgian house, as you can see, or is it? This is Castle Ward. It's in County Down. It is a fantastically well-run National Trust property, but it has a difference to it. Just look at the view down there. This is straight across down into Audley's Castle, and of course, the Bay of Strangford Lough, or Strong Fjord, as it's called. And to tell us a little bit about it is one of the people who should know all about it is Niamh. Niamh looks after this place. Niamh, tell us a little bit about the history of Castle Ward.
Well, you're very welcome to Castle Ward here on this beautiful sunny morning. You're seeing the grand theatricals that was expected to bestow visitors when they visited Castle Ward. You would have come in, seen the beautiful classical Palladian front, which was very cutting-edge, trendy architecture for the time. And then as you would have walked through the house, you would have seen this beautiful Gothic back to the house, which then opened up onto the loch. The Gothic with a K, which is this, was a new, quite whimsical design for the 18th century. Bernard and Anne, the builders of the house, decided that they wanted to pull lots of different ideas together, and it was all about bringing it back to the heritage, bringing it back to the ancientness of their family and their seat here at Castle Ward in County Down. And then as you came through the house and you looked out onto the loch, you got to see, where they first started out down at the Tower House at Castle Ward, right across to Audley's Castle, showing them, how firm they were here in County Down and how they weren't sort of just blow-ins, really.
The I suppose, theory goes that they had different opinions on the architecture. The husband wanted Georgian and the wife wanted Gothic, and they came to this. Is that true?
No, not really. I suppose there is that a whole idea of compromise, but actually what we now know, after all the work that we did through lockdown, was that they spent 20 years prior to the building of Castlewood, which itself took 10 years, and in today's money £8 million to build, that they were going around all these different castles, collecting different architectural features and styles that they wanted to bring together in this beautiful combination of a brand new house, which was going to set them apart on the island of Ireland.
Well, I've been in that house and there's lots of secret passages and boxing squirrels and lots of other things. What would be one of the best, I suppose, collections in there? What would be one of the nicest things to see?
Well, we have a fantastic example of Irish landscape paintings in there which depict Castlewood after its building, which is quite fantastic. They're from Jonathan Fisher and from the Ashford paintings as well. So you can see how Castlewood was expected to be seen. These paintings weren't meant for Castlewood, they were meant for their beautiful house in Dublin City to show off and say, have you seen my fantastic landed estate that I have up in County Down? But they are really spectacular, and they're what we still use today to help us inform on the estate, what the estate should look like, where trees should be planted, where shrubbery should be. And so they're really quite still an important part of how the estate is run today, by looking at what was there and what was expected to be there, what was planned, because the house is just a central stage of this huge manicured landscape and theatre piece.
Visitor numbers here, National Trust, of course, did suffer over COVID. How has it been?
It's been a nice incline. I managed to stay here over lockdown, so I was one of the very few who got to have Castlewood as a back garden for the lockdown period. But it's been slow, but the local people have been a huge help, and they've been really wanting to get back, helping us volunteer, helping us get the house open. So we've actually had a real good response locally and from the island itself. Lots of people coming from the south, which has been fantastic. Usually we would have had much more overseas, but this year we're slowly growing, getting back to it. So it's been calm, a calm rise.
Well, there you go. That puts a new meaning to working from home. As for me, I'd love to have worked from here with that view behind us. But with that, it's back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Doogie. Northern Ireland looking absolutely lovely there this morning.
Now, let's bring you some breaking news we're getting in from the Metropolitan Police. And they say that a man called Lee Byer has now been charged with the murder of 87-year-old Thomas O'Halloran in Greenford in West London. That's just coming in from the Met in the last few minutes. We'll have more on that throughout the morning.
Yeah, and in the next hour, of course, we'll have all the latest updates on the ongoing strikes. Plus,
I'm in Manchester this morning ahead of tonight's Conservative leadership hustings, where Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak will face off to gain the support of party members here in the North West.
Yes, our North West reporter Sophie Reaper joining us very shortly. First, let's get an update on the weather.
Hello, good morning. Aidan McGivern here with the latest forecast. Showers for many of us this morning, but the showers are replaced by sunny spells in the south, whilst further scattered showers continue in the afternoon in the north. It's towards the north where low pressure is currently slowly moving near Iceland, and that's sent a couple of weather fronts in from the Atlantic. Those are clearing the southeast during the morning, but the potential for some heavy downpours for a time, East Anglia and the southeast, before eventually it turns drier and brighter, and by lunchtime it's, well, a dry afternoon for southern parts of the UK with sunny spells, whilst it's going to feel cooler for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Scattered showers here, a bit more cloud, a breeze, although still some sunshine away from the showers, and temperatures reaching 19 to 21 Celsius, 22 to 26 Celsius for southern areas with that sunshine and lighter winds. And actually, many of the showers in the north die away overnight, leaving behind clear spells for a time. But by midnight, the next area of rain and wind arrives into the far northwest. Northern Ireland, western Scotland turn wet and increasingly breezy overnight, risk of coastal gales for exposed parts of western Scotland. Away from there, most places start off the weekend dry. There'll be some sunshine first thing, a fresh start, I think a cooler night to come compared with recent nights, especially in the south. We keep the sunshine though for the Midlands, eastern and southern England through a good part of the morning. Areas of cloud do drift south and they'll give some showers across central and southwestern areas, but the most lively showers are expected across Scotland and Northern Ireland and turn up into northern England by the end of the afternoon. Feeling cool in the north with that breeze, I think high teens at best. Further south, low to mid-20s, so around average for the time of year. Sunday starts dry and bright for many of us. It stays that way through the day in the east. However, it turns a bit wetter later on in the west.
There's just 2 weeks left of voting in the battle to become Britain's next Prime Minister. Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak have been dashing around the country, and tonight they make their pitches to Conservative voters in the heart of Labour-run Manchester. But do either of them have what it takes to defend and maintain Boris Johnson's mighty majority? GB News is proud to be hosting the Conservative hustings in Manchester, live and exclusive from 7 p.m. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Tory leadership candidates Liz Truss, and Rishi Sunak go head-to-head in front of Conservative voters in Manchester tonight.
Very good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Friday, the 19th of August, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Anne and Mark.
And we're live, as you know, across the whole of the UK, on both your TV and your radio, wherever you are and wherever you're going, you can take us with you.
And here's what we're waking up to this morning.
Party members in Manchester, that's Tory party members, will have the chance to put their questions to the Tory leadership hopefuls. Tonight from 7, GB News' Alistair Stewart will make sure both candidates are quizzed on their plans to lead the country.
And don't forget, you can watch and listen to those hustings live on GB News. Make sure you don't miss a thing.
Well, our reporter has been speaking to the good people of Manchester to see what they think of this leadership contest. So, let's have a look at what they're saying.
Helping people with low income.
I think the public transport up here is shocking compared to London.
Better schemes for single parents.
Is probably Rishi Sunak. However, I'm not sure I trust him.
Tories need to be out.
Also coming up for you this morning.
Good morning. I will be on some very impressive doorsteps this morning in Strangford and Portaferry.
A Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie, on your doorstep. This always should happen on the quayside, maybe, rather than the doorstep.
Yeah, as I said, it's looking nice in Northern Ireland this morning too. And the Queen's granddaughter has been working in a garden centre, shock horror, which got us talking about Saturday jobs. Which sort of Saturday job did you take on? And do you remember what it did for you in your first introduction to the world of work?
Plenty of those coming in, and as ever, join in any of our discussions. Email us gbviews@gbnews.uk, and GB News is the tweet at GB News, rather.
Aussie Beth, good morning, or good evening, Aussie Beth, because I think she's watching from Australia.
Right,
but she often
with a
gets
name
in
like
touch.
that, of course, yeah.
She says, my first part-time job while at school was in Woolworths. We had to pass a maths exam to get the job, and we were never allowed to use pencil and paper to add up figures because that was deemed inappropriate. If our tills didn't balance at the end of the shift, we had to make up the difference ourselves. It quickly made us proficient with numbers, but also with money. I can still do mental arithmetic more quickly than young shop assistants can add up with a calculator, all for the princely sum of 50p an hour. Gosh.
Yeah.
But
Dennis.
that's very true, I think, isn't it? Is being able to do the mental arithmetic.
Yeah, exactly. And pick and mix. Those are Woolworths, remember?
Yeah, that's why you went into Woolworths,
Absolutely.
really, isn't it? It's the only reason you did, I think.
Dennis, I left school at Christmas at 15, was down the coal mine in January. As part of the NCB apprenticeship scheme, it was straight from school to work. Yeah, hard
Those were the
times.
days, yeah. Debbie says, I started work at age 11 at race courses. The coach would pick local people up at 7. We'd start off making sandwiches. It was so cold. And then about 12 o'clock, we would either work in members or the Royal Enclosure washing up. Until about 6. Our pay was £1.50 for the day. I'm still working at 65. We had to work because we had no money. Those early jobs teach you a thing or two, don't they?
£1.50 a day, luxury.
Aye.
Because Jeff in Rotherham says, I worked on a farm for 6p an hour, getting up at 5 a.m. to milk the cows, then back after school to milk again, then go into the fields, hay baling till 9 p.m. All those taught me a good work ethic means everything.
And how about this from Ian? I lived in an urban sprawl, went to a sinkhole school, started work at 14 as a grocery delivery boy for 10 shillings a week. I worked until I was 69. Yes, I took 6 weeks off after a heart attack, but now I have a house in the country and a Rolls Royce. And never in my life have I taken 1 penny in benefits. Good on you, Ian.
Yeah, well
Great
done
story.
to all of you for
Great life
bringing us the
story.
stories. Great stuff. Keep them coming. Yes, indeed.
Now, on to the leadership contest between the former Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, and the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss. Which one will be Prime Minister soon? Well, that all continues because GBNews' Alistair Stewart is going to host a hustings in Manchester tonight. And you can watch and hear it live on GB News from 7 o'clock.
From Manchester, and I guess one of the main questions that people might be asking is what Rishi Sunak's going to have a breakfast in McDonald's this morning, maybe.
I think you're right, and I think, you know, the real question is for me, why would he ever have had a breakfast wrap when a McMuffin was on the menu?
Yeah, I suppose we ought to explain, because this story totally missed me by yesterday, was that he was doing his sort of man of the people, I know my stuff sort of thing, and was asked what his favourite meal from McDonald's was. And he got it wrong, didn't he, Sophie?
Well, yeah, because actually the breakfast wrap hasn't been available since, I think, 2020. So I think a lot of people are wondering if that's his favourite thing on the menu, how regularly is he actually a customer at McDonald's?
Exactly. Yep. But he's got bigger things, I suppose, to talk about this evening. And you've been out and about in Manchester asking people what their views are. What's the general feeling?
Well, I think, you know, we asked these people what, as you say, what their feeling was, and there seems to be a lot of people in Manchester who don't really have a preference, to be honest. I think one man actually said neither. You know, but those people who did have a preference, it seemed to be quite balanced. Some people were saying Liz Truss, some people said Rishi Sunak. One person said they thought Rishi Sunak would do a better job, but that they didn't really trust him, so maybe Liz Truss. So, you know, as you say, we were out in Manchester today, so we can hear a little bit about what the people of Manchester had to say.
Helping people with low income and putting some money, something on for them.
I think that they should be looking to do something about the energy bill crisis that we've got going on. The cost of living is just going to spiral out of control. I think people are already struggling.
I don't care whoever it is, as long as they, you know, do something. You know, action is more, you know, speaks louder than words. You know.
Tories need to be out, but also Keir Starmer needs to not be pretending to be Labour when he's absolutely not. We need to stop trying to privatise everything.
I don't think Sunak comes from a working class background. He doesn't know what it's like to live a standard life.
Make it better is take care of the people.
you know, more recreation and the children and the streets, you know, homeless people, help homeless people.
It's Labour, it's got to be. This is a working city. Everybody works, everybody struggles, but ain't no one helping Manchester out.
The new Prime Minister needs to focus on the levelling up of the UK. I think the public transport up here is shocking compared to London. They keep on saying that they're going to do more to help Manchester, but they're really not.
The one that's probably going to do the better job is probably Rishi Sunak. However, I wouldn't necessarily prefer Rishi Sunak. I'm not sure I trust him.
A lot of people are struggling. They are well dressed with a gold chain, but mentally they are going through a lot. And I don't think government is doing enough.
If I was Prime Minister for the day, the first thing I would do, I'd get them all in and I'd say, right, there's no more expenses being paid and I want you to take a pay cut. And whoever was left, they're the true ones, aren't they? They're the ones that'll help you lead the country. We want a strong person.
And that's neither of them.
No. They've got no bottle, darling.
Better wages, better schemes for single parents.
Increase the minimum wage to help the people that are really struggling, which is lots. I work in a hospital and we've got nurses that are using food banks. Should never be happening.
Tax cuts is a load of nonsense because at the end of the day, we're a society.
So as we've just heard, there are a lot of issues that the people of Manchester want whoever the new Prime Minister is to provide solutions for, whether that's the cost of living crisis, whether it's transportation, or whether it's levelling up here in the North West. So whoever the successful candidate is, there's plenty for them to sink their teeth into. And that's why these hustings tonight are so important, because it gives Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak the opportunity not just to garner support from party members in the North West, but to also prove why they deserve the opportunity to become the next Prime Minister. And ultimately that's what it's going to come down to. It's who is going to prove to the people that they can tackle these really key issues.
OK, Sophie, thanks very much indeed. We'll be talking to you a bit later on in the programme as well because of those hustings tonight in Manchester, 7 o'clock, live on GB News and hosted by Alistair Stewart.
Let's get more reaction now. Joining us, MP for West Suffolk, Matt Hancock, who is supporting Rishi Sunak for the leadership. Very good morning to you, Mr Hancock. Why is he bothering, given what we understand the polls, basically 32 points, I saw one suggestion. Liz Truss is home and dry, isn't she?
No, actually, I think talking to party members, the contest is wide open. If you look at the polling, you could take that with a pinch of salt. It's very hard to poll Conservative Party members. And in fact, the latest polls show that the gap is closing. So, you know, that reflects my experience. Rishi at these hustings is going down very well. And you get more people supporting him on the way out than on the way in. So everybody's a member of the Conservative Party, you know, needs a chance to vote. We've had a 6-week contest. And I think, you know, Rishi is the man to tackle the sorts of problems that we heard from the people of Manchester just there.
Yeah, I mean, we're not just talking about the next leader. We're talking about somebody who can actually lead us out of what feels like a growing crisis. We've got strikes, we've got water shortages. I mean, if you read all of today's newspapers, you would honestly feel like throwing yourself off a building somewhere, or at least going to live in a different country. Has Rishi got what it takes to immediately lead us out of this crisis?
Yeah, he's absolutely ready. Look, I sat next to him, worked very hard with him during the pandemic, which was an enormous crisis. And there he kept people in jobs. Everybody thought there was going to be a huge unemployment crisis. That's one crisis we don't have at the moment because of his furlough scheme. So, you know, he's probably seen more experience than any other candidate standing to be Prime Minister. And that's testament to his experience and what he's done with it, which has been very radical in the past, to keep businesses going, to keep people in jobs. And now we need that same sort of approach, targeted support for people with energy bills, but also getting inflation down overall. Because, you know, without doing that, we're really stuffed.
What would he do about the rail strikes?
Well, in my view, there's absolutely no need to be having these rail strikes. Absolutely no need at all. There's cost of living pressures, and as you heard from the people we were just talking to there in Manchester, just hearing from, these pressures are on everybody. They're largely down to Vladimir Putin, and it's a problem for us all and the whole country, and in fact, every country across the West. The idea that one group of workers, and rail drivers are pretty well paid in the grand scheme of things, typically over 50 grand a year. The idea that they should strike and make everybody else's life a misery because they're facing the same sorts of pressures that everybody's facing, I think it's completely unjustifiable. Now, we've got to get them round the table. We've got to explain to them the situation. And ultimately, if we need to take further action, that's got to be done.
Are you happy with the way that Rishi Sunak's campaign has been conducted? We had him telling the well-heeled burghers of Tunbridge Wells he was going to divert funds from areas that had various problems to help them out. And now we've got him trying to be man of the people on morning television, talking about wraps at McDonald's that haven't been put on sale for 2 or 3 years or so. I mean, he's not really connected with the public, is he?
I think that's absolutely rubbish. The guy grew up in a pharmacy. His mum's a pharmacist. His dad's an NHS GP, or was before they retired. The truth is that on the McDonald's thing, I saw that, and I also saw the explanation. I'm sure you did as well from Rishi's team, which is that he was asked when he went to McDonald's and he gave an answer of what he likes himself. And then he also said, when I'm with the kids, I like the wrap. But he hasn't been to McDonald's. He's hardly seen his children for the last couple of years because he's been working so hard. I know what that feels like. So I think it's not that it didn't, he just gave an honest answer. And that's the right thing to do when you're asked these sorts of questions. And as for the comment about Tunbridge Wells, I'll tell you what my take on that was. He was asked, should ministers just follow a funding formula and allow civil servants essentially to choose where money goes? And he said, no, it should be down to ministerial discretion because we're the ones who are elected. And that is true. And I think that's right because we live in a democracy. So, I support him on both of those things. I think sometimes words get twisted. We all know that. But if you ask Rishi, answers to those questions to explain what was going on, he'll explain what was going on.
Matt, before we say goodbye, we're talking about the value of doing a Saturday job. There's a big story on the front page of The Sun today. Yeah. That Lady Louise Windsor is working in a garden centre to make a few pennies while she waits for her A-level results. What sort of Saturday job did you ever do?
My first job was data entry. It was incredibly boring. It paid me a couple of pounds an hour. I can't remember exactly how much. But I think Saturday jobs are really important. I saw some figures recently saying that there aren't nearly as many as there used to be. But I think a Saturday job's fantastic. It teaches you about the world of work, and I think it's absolutely wonderful that the royal family, members of the royal family, are getting stuck in as well. I think it's very good.
Yeah, here. Lovely to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. Very well trimmed garden hedge behind you, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's bring you up to date with the headlines this morning. And in fact, we'll start with some breaking news. Police investigating the death of 87-year-old Thomas O'Halloran in West London have now charged a man with his murder. 44-year-old Lee Byer accused of stabbing Mr O'Halloran to death while he was riding his mobility scooter in Greenford in London on Tuesday. Byer will appear at Willesden Magistrates Court later today.
NHS leaders are warning the UK faces a humanitarian crisis this winter unless further action is taken to tackle rising energy bills. In a letter to the government, the NHS Confederation says more people will fall ill if they have to choose between skipping meals to heat their homes or living in cold, damp conditions. The government has committed to giving the poorest households £1,200 of extra support.
Latest in the water, a drought now being declared in southwest Wales after an extended period of dry weather there and low rainfall despite the recent thunderstorms. A hosepipe ban brought in due to the strain on public water supplies, we're told. National Resources Wales saying the whole region had just 65.5% of its average rainfall in July.
And self-driving vehicles could be on UK motorways in the next 3 years under new government plans. The Department for Transport says £100 million is being invested into the scheme to boost the rollout. The government claims the self-driving industry could create up to 38,000 jobs and make roads safer. Yeah, we'll be talking to Transport Minister Grant Shapps a bit later on, particularly about those self-driving cars. Would you trust them at the moment?
We may have to drive today because yet another strike is on, this time the RMT controlling the London Tube network. At the same time, more than 1,600 employed by the London United Bus Company also going on strike in yet another pay dispute.
Well, today's walkout comes between two Network Rail strikes, with a strike yesterday followed by another tomorrow in a long-running pay dispute involving several other unions too.
Let's get the latest live with our reporter Ellie Costello in London's Euston for us. Good morning, Ellie. Normally very busy at this time of the morning. What's it looking like at the moment?
Well, good morning to you both. Still very busy, but it's people waiting to get on those first services out of Euston. There was that Network Rail strike yesterday. The hangover is still very much being felt this morning, and there are people sitting and waiting here for the first trains to leave. It's not going until 7:45 this morning from the rail station here at Euston. So even though it's not technically a Network Rail strike day, it certainly does feel that way at this point. But you can also see behind me the entrance to the tube here at Euston. The railings are shut, and they're going to continue to be shut for the next 24 hours. There is a separate strike today going on the London Underground and the London Overground. They're expecting 10,000 tube workers to walk out alongside 400 overground workers. This is in a strike over pay and conditions and jobs. It's really going to impact people heading to work in London, and also later on today heading out for the weekend, heading into the city for drinks and the like. So just to give you an idea of the disruption that we're going to see today, the tube usually handles 5 million passengers a day. So at peak times, there are 500 trains travelling in and around the capital, and there is going to be little or no service today. Just to give you an idea of how much disruption there's going to be. Now, the RMT union, they say that they're doing this strike, obviously in terms of pay and conditions and assurances about jobs, but they say they haven't seen Transport for London's new funding plan, and until they see that plan, strike action is going to go ahead. Now, alongside this tube and overground strike today, there's also a separate bus strike going on between London United members. They are going on strike in London's buses in the south and the west of the capital. That's over pay as well. So if you're in the south and the west of London, you have no tube service, you have no overground service, and you have no bus service. So those people especially are going to be forced onto London's roads, and we're already seeing huge disruption and heavy traffic in lots of parts of London, and there's already significant charges on ride-hailing apps such as Bolt and Uber. I had to drive here this morning because obviously there's no other way to get down here, and I actually found it really difficult to find a car parking space. So obviously people are already getting used to this idea of seeking alternative modes of transport or making alternative arrangements. Many people are heading onto the roads today, but the general advice is if you have to come into London today, and the advice is not to travel at all, but if you do, leave plenty of time and do check before you travel.
Ellie, we haven't got a national rail strike today. That was yesterday, but of course we've got the knock-on with all the trains being in the wrong place. So that's another problem for people actually trying to get to London as well.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the timing of this strike is significant. It's sandwiched between those two national strike days. So the first trains aren't leaving Euston here until 7:45 this morning. And as you so rightly say, those trains are all in the wrong places. So at the moment on the board, they all say they're on time. But I think we could see some disruption this morning where those trains simply aren't in the right places. But it is hoped that by lunchtime today, it will start to feel more like a normal day on Network Rail. But of course there's then another strike day on Network Rail tomorrow, so whatever ease there is this afternoon will be very short-lived.
Ellie, thanks very much indeed. It really is a dismal outlook for anyone who needs to get into London or anywhere today, really. But
Or get out of London.
yes, that's right. I imagine, which we'll be doing later. But yeah, no, but I imagine as well, though, being a Friday, probably a lot of people try and opt to take just today off.
Oh, working from home, yeah, of course. But Grant Shapps, Transport Secretary, with us a little later. Stay with us for that. Also coming up, sport. Let's find out what's been going on with the cricket and Manchester United. Paul Coyte's got the details for us.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness, mate.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello again, welcome back. We've been talking all morning about how good it is for you to do a Saturday job or an evening job or something when you're young, when you're a youngster, because it's sort of your first introduction to the world of work and it gets you interacting with people. I suppose it proves to you that the world doesn't just revolve around you.
Yeah.
And doesn't give you a sense of entitlement because you're actually having to earn some money.
3 pages of it.
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
Mick the Zip in Essex. Hi, Mick the Zip. He said, my first job was helping a milkman every Saturday and Sunday and school holidays. This is in the early 50s. I was 9 years old when I started. He had a horse, Dozy Rosie, a horse and cart, and then changed to an electric 3-wheeled milk float. That's how I referred to my electric car. I left when I started senior school and did a paper round and then sold newspapers from a booth at Gants Hill Station every morning before school, Saturdays and the evening, selling classified football results, then Sunday morning until lunchtime. It taught me the value of money. I was a good saver and I went on to eventually run my own business, after having a career in the Merchant Navy and in the fire service. See, I do think that's really true. It teaches you the value of money because you're having to earn it. And then if you earn it, you're less likely to just squander it, aren't you?
Yeah, although, I mean, you know, all these jobs, people are pointing out they didn't actually earn an awful lot. It was just the experience. So we've got Martin in Surrey saying, my first job many moons ago at the age of 11, God blimey, that is young, was helping make garden ornaments, such as gnomes.
Ooh.
I worked from 8 till 12 on a Saturday and earned 10 shillings or 50 pence. And I loved it.
Yeah. Martin says, my first job was making sausages at the local village butcher's in Sherlock Row. It made me creative with my hands, and now I'm a builder.
Steve.
I've always thought, I wish I'd done this with my sons, got them a job in something like a local pizza house where you learn to make a pizza yourself, you know, proper thing.
What, with the wood burning oven?
Twirling the
I see
dough
the whole
and
bit.
stuff like that. I mean, that's something that stays with you through life.
Well, here's another useful skill and a bit of life experience as well with Steve, saying, my first Saturday job was stripping down engines for a lorry breaker in the Arches at Millwall in London. The owner had a lioness for a guard dog, and she would watch me from the top of the stairs, so I made sure I kept working.
Wow.
I think Health and Safety Night have something to say about that. Lioness is a guard dog in Millwall. Well, there we are. Right.
That's unusual, isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah. And my first Saturday job, says Pam, hi Pam, was in my local greengrocers. No such thing as already measured out and plastic-wrapped potatoes. Every carrot, swede and spud were added to the big silver scale with counterbalanced weights. Nothing digital in those days, all in pounds and ounces. It did wonders for my maths.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, these
Great
things
stuff.
are life lessons, aren't they?
And we've got Gaz saying he was a dog walker, or she maybe, several years at Kennels in Suffolk. It meant that I fed, cleaned up after, walked and cleaned up again, all breeds of dogs for several years. I learnt punctuality, and how to interact and read every sort of dog imaginable, from poodle to Irish wolfhound. But favourites were King Charles Cavaliers. Beautiful personality.
They are beautiful, yeah. Anne in Greater Manchester, Morning Anne, says, my very first Saturday job, I was 12. We had a mixed grocery shop next door owned by a single lady. So you had to weigh everything and be able to add up in your head. So many people have said that.
Yeah.
I was in there at 9 in the morning until she closed at 10:30 at night. The only thing I wasn't allowed to do was handle the alcoholic bottled beers. It gave me a grounding being able to respect other people. The shop owner used to make me lunch of lamb chop, mashed potatoes, carrot and swede and grape.
Yeah.
To this day, over 69 years on, I have never tasted better. They see that's because you earned it. Isn't it?
Yeah. But it's a great theme running through all your comments, and thank you for all of them. Keep them coming, gbviews at gbnews.uk. And that is the self-reliance that people are talking about, and the way that it taught skills, as you say, life skills that you can carry on, and take with you.
Yeah, being able to add up in your head, for instance.
Yeah,
In those days, you had to. It was harder because it was, pennies and shillings and things. Rob in Folkestone, this is about the crisis facing the NHS at the moment. Rob says, I've been to hospital 3 times simply because my GP service is rubbish. They go on about mental well-being, but being unable to get a face-to-face with your GP just increases things.
And staying with the NHS theme, Deb says, time to start charging for ambulances like more or less every other country in the world, ? Charge for GP appointments like most others, even France and Sweden. Charge for meals like Germany and Sweden. Notice these countries have much higher average personal tax burdens too.
Yeah.
But, of course, cradle to the grave, that's the whole point of the NHS, free at the point of contact and so on.
I was in Norway, but we do go on and on, don't we, about how wonderful our NHS is, and I'm not doing it down at all. But we often sort of fool ourselves, don't we, in saying it's the best in the world. I was in Norway recently, where the health service is brilliant, but the taxes are much, much higher than anything.
Well, most of the Scandinavian countries,
Much higher.
Yeah,
but they sort of accept that that's the payoff.
You're watching and listening to me, Mark, and Anne this morning on Breakfast, and it is time to have an update on the sport, because Paul has walked or run here because...
I ran.
You ran, yes, all the way.
In fact, I've got to be honest with you, I broke the half marathon record
Did you
to actually
really?
get here, yeah. And so that's why I'm slightly out of breath.
Is it sheer hell
You'd
out
never
there,
know
is
what I tell you what, it is a bit.
Is it really?
It's quite heavy out there. I think it's going to get a lot worse, but at the moment it is, yeah. So the answer is run.
Well, nice to have you here. Good job you weren't here earlier, because we made you stand up as well. We had something about stand-up desks, so at least you can sit down.
I think that's probably a good thing, so I don't think I probably could have stood up, Mark, to be honest with you. I think I'd be leaning.
What are the big stories in the world of sport then today?
Well, there's loads going on. I mean, firstly, the Manchester United story about Sir Jim Radcliffe, which is still bubbling under. Now, how much truth there is in it, I don't know, but for me, I think it's going to be the perfect fit. It would be the perfect fit for
that's what the fans think of it.
I really do.
Tell us more. Who is he?
Well, Sir Jim Radcliffe is the man who runs Ineos. Multi-millionaire, or billionaire, I think we should say, one of the richest men in the country. So as far as...
What's Ineos?
Ineos is oil and chemicals, but their association with sport is really strong. So you've got the Ineos Grenadiers, which is the cycling team, which was formerly Team Sky, and they've won the Tour de France 7 times. He's involved in football as well.
Yeah.
France is Nice, and also in Switzerland. He's got Lausanne in Switzerland as well. So they have big footprint in football. I mean, all the other sports as well. I mean, they sponsor the All Blacks when it comes to rugby.
So they've walked the walk as well as talked the talk.
Well, this is the thing. They have. Well, I mean, we look at the Glazers.
Well, and they've also, by the sound of it, got the money.
They have got the money. They have got the money.
How much money are we looking at?
Oh, the thing is, we're talking billions. We're talking millions and billions. If you look at what happened with Chelsea and the amount of money that's been needed there. But the thing that I think is most important is that it's Americans, the Glazers, who are owning Manchester United. The problem is do they care? Do they have a feel about the club to them? Is it just about a business? Whereas him, Manchester United fan and from the area as well.
That was the criticism of the Glazers, that they wanted the international brand so they could sell the cups and the team stuff.
They've put very little into it, but they've taken a lot out.
And here's the rub. I mean, the papers are talking about $6.5 billion for the club, but $1 billion having to be spent just on the infrastructure to get it back up to speed, which is pretty shocking.
I mean, it sounds like crazy amounts of money, but if we're talking about football players, you know, top players, we're talking millions and millions. You know,
and
to buy a decent player
on the pitch at the moment, aren't they?
Exactly. So they're going to have to spend millions or billions on players. It's the attitude that's going on at Manchester United at the moment. You've got someone like Cristiano Ronaldo. He doesn't look interested. He wants out. But the money, I mean, it's quoted the money that Cristiano Ronaldo is earning, £480,000 a week. And this is a guy who's a divisive figure in the dressing room, and they want him gone because it's affecting the rest of the team. But he's making virtually £500,000 every week. You've got the goalkeepers on 375. They're signing Casemiro, who's a terrific player from Real Madrid. But again, he's very interested in going. People would think, you know, well, why would you want to go to Manchester United? Of course, the name is one thing, but the way things are going at the moment are not good. But he's going to double his money, so he's going to make about £350,000. So it's not as if there's no money that's going anywhere with the Glazers, but it just needs a refresh.
Is it going to happen? And if it does happen, how soon?
Well, the word is that a small amount of shares were going to be offered from the Glazers for someone to buy. Now, it's said that Sir Jim Ratcliffe is very interested, then in the long run, he would love to take over. But I think it really is going to be baby steps. But if I was the Glazers, you think, do you need the heat? You know, they've made some money out of it. They're getting so much heat from here. They don't really seem to want to own it. The fans don't want them to own it.
So
it's like, surely, do yourself a favour, sell it, and let's move on.
Yeah.
So we'll see where it goes from there. But things are not good there at the moment.
How's the cricket going?
Cricket's going pretty good. Well, I say pretty good. It's a very big day 3 as far as England are concerned. We need to score runs. It didn't go very well in the first innings. But the thing is, that goes to... You know, isn't it funny how people talk about cricket? I don't know if you do this, Mark, but whether you played cricket, but whenever you speak to bowlers, and I was never a very good cricketer, but I talk about cricket and I'm doing this. So when I start talking about batting, I'll probably start doing this. But we need a very big day 3. So it's against South Africa. South Africa, very good side. They bowled very, very well on the first day. Of course, there was the washout. We had some good wickets from Ben Stokes yesterday, so a very exciting day ahead of us.
And before we let you go, what sort of Saturday job or evening job, you know, studenty job did you do when you were younger?
Well, I'll tell you what, I worked in a sports shop, which, the thing is, it was a shop in Romford called Ski West, and they used to sell very high-end ski jackets. And we used to get a bonus. I used to get £12 a day. You used to get a bonus of £1, whoever sold the most. But the thing is, I got fired. So you get a point for anything sold from 0 to 10, 2 points more than that. And so there's people selling ski jackets at £200-300. I got fired because I sold one squash ball throughout the whole day, and I spent too much time chatting, not enough time selling. So
you can't believe
who would have thought?
Yeah.
Stood you well here, though.
You know, well, sports shop and chatting. So there you go. It all worked out well in the end.
Excellent.
Well done. See you later.
Thank you. Good to see you.
And still to come this hour.
Morning. I will be on some very impressive doorsteps this morning in Strangford and Portaferry.
That's our Northern Ireland reporter Doogie Beattie on your doorstep this morning. And
I'm outside Euston Station where the entrance to the tube is shut, and it will be so for the next 24 hours. 10,000 tube workers are expected to walk out alongside 400 London Overground workers in a dispute over pay. There's also a separate bus strike taking place today in the south and west of London, leading to travel chaos in the capital.
And that's Ellie Costello, joining us a bit later on, talking about all those strikes. Do stay with us.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello again, welcome back. Shall we have a look through the newspapers this morning? Joanna Williams joins us, and former advisor to Tony Blair, John McTernan. Thanks very much for coming back.
Strikes, discontent, misconduct, chaos on the list. Wow. Good morning.
Well, hopefully I'm not the living embodiment of all of those things, but I'm going to kick off by talking about the strikes. This is the front page of the Daily Express, and Liz Truss promising new laws to smash the strikes. Now, I'm definitely somebody who, unfortunately, has been very much affected by the strikes. Normally, I would come to GB News on the train. I live in Canterbury, so it's a fairly
southeastern service.
Yes, all called off yesterday, so I had to drive
the trains are back today, but of course they're all in the wrong place, so they're still not running.
So I had to come last night. I've had to drive through London, which, as somebody who doesn't drive through London, is quite a terrifying experience at the best of times. And when everybody else,
Deptford, New Cross,
awful,
well done,
awful, and got to try and obviously get my way back today. But having said all of this, do you know what? I support the strikers.
You do?
I do. Despite all of that chaos that they've put me through, I still support them. And I actually think that Liz Truss is possibly not tapping into the mood of the nation here. I think they've got more support than she's giving them credit for. I think good luck to them, because we've got this huge cost of living crisis. Everything's going up. Why shouldn't people be able to get together and insist upon having higher wages?
There are those in the private sector who say they haven't got the muscle of the unions representing them, and they're being disadvantaged by not being able to travel, saying actually, I wouldn't mind an 8% deal over 2 years and a guarantee of no compulsory redundancy. Why hasn't that been put to the membership of the unions, is what they may
Well, yeah, I think certainly we could look into the negotiation process, and I really hope everything's working behind the scenes as well as possible. You know,
Is it?
Well, we can't really know, and I think the problem is when I think some commentators perhaps are pretending to know a little bit more than we actually do. I think we've just got to trust and hope that negotiations are taking place. But I still think it is really important to support these people. And I think that actually if the rail strikers win this deal, I think it would be best for everyone in the long run. I think it will lead to more pay rises for people who are not in
Can we
a position
afford
to strike.
that, though, and what that's going to do to inflation?
And can we afford not to? I don't think many people in this country will be able to afford to heat their houses, pay their water bills without a pay rise.
John, it's a summer of discontent, according to the Daily Mail.
Yeah, this is the other side of the story. Yes, of course, the unions have the right to strike, and you know the rail unions in the private sector, they're negotiating with employers, and basically there's got to be a deal on lowering the costs of the staff, or it'll all go on the rail fares. But Mick Lynch is now kind of turning this into a political campaign. No end to the rail chaos. Well, the truth is, there's got to be a deal because his workers need to work, travellers need to travel. The rail industry, which was bailed out, I think all the workers got paid furlough when there was virtually nobody working, nobody going to work on trains because of the pandemic and the lockdown. So it's really worrying to see the idea that, in a way, I agree with Joanna as well. Liz Truss is not in line with the public wanting to smash unions.
Yeah, but she's speaking to the Tory
that's
party,
true. That's true.
isn't she?
But the danger is that Mick Lynch is exactly the kind of union leader she wants. They both need each other. She wants somebody to fight, and he wants a prime minister to fight. But it's not about the travelling public. It's not actually about the cost of living. It's not about the future of the rail industry. It's not about decarbonising our transport infrastructure. It's just about conflict. And I think one of the issues that we get across all the papers is how much conflict there is at the moment.
Yes.
And I don't think that is good for the country.
Very upsetting, isn't it? It really is unnerving.
Yeah, and is that because there is this political vacuum as well? Because we're still not quite sure who should be breaking this deadlock. Is it the rail companies and the unions directly, or does it need Grant Shapps, who's on the programme a little later, stepping in and saying, right, I'm going to knock heads together, get this sorted?
So look, Shapps isn't the employer. It's a privatised industry.
Companies are, yeah.
I think government should stick out of private conflicts. I think it's between the employer and the employee. I think that goes back to my point. Mick Lynch has to make a deal. Every union leader in the country knows in the end there's got to be a deal. You don't get everything you want, but the employer doesn't get everything they want. And also Mick Lynch knows just how inefficient bits of the staffing practices are, and he's got to sell that for something. So he's trying to sell it for high price, but they need to settle. And Grant Shapps should stick to making silly announcements like driverless cars.
Yes, well, we'll be asking him about that as well later. Joanna, on the front page of The Times, we hear that in order to solve a real staffing crisis, particularly in care homes, for instance, we're going to actively pursue people abroad. We're actually going to recruit from abroad.
Yeah, we're looking at bringing thousands, it talks about in the paper, of people from India and the Philippines over to work in UK care homes this winter. It's talking about 160,000 vacancies. And the thing is, clearly there is a huge crisis in our care sector, but this has been going on, it seems to me, for years, if not building up to this for over a decade. And this seems to be a very short-term solution to bring over all these people. We are paying more money as well now. I know it's not immediately gone into the care sector, this percentage increase in national insurance. I know it's gone to the NHS at first, but it certainly feels as if it's coming out of our pockets.
But are we looking at India and the Philippines and not the EU because the wage rates are still actually so low that people from Europe won't want to come in and work for that?
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? And I think it's not so much about not wanting people from the EU. EU, or people from the EU not wanting to come. But more to the point, British people, you know, we've got British people, presumably, who, if it was a well-paid job where you were well-respected and...
But it doesn't seem to be, does it?
Exactly. This is the problem. I think you're absolutely right. And it should be a job that has real dignity and real status attached to it.
So important. And it's it's necessarily a growing industry, isn't it?
Well, it is an aging society, and actually more and more people live longer. And they live longer with greater needs. They have dementia, and people have to be looked after. And we now in the world, you know, the post-pandemic world, health standards.
We've done strikes. We've done a union chief warning that there's going to be no end to the chaos. We've done having to recruit from abroad, and now we look into MPs' misconduct. Who's this?
This is the SNP MP who travelled back to her constituency when she had COVID.
Yes.
And it's a really interesting story because, you know, unlike Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak, who got fined by the Metropolitan Police, the investigation, and they look at it and then there's a fine. This is an MP who has denied and denied and denied any guilt until the very last moment, and when she went to trial, she's pled guilty. And what she's managed to do is keep the scandal away from the SNP. They suspended her but didn't force her to resign her seat. So she's sitting as an independent. Whereas we know that if she'd been forced to resign her seat in a by-election, the SNP would have lost their seat in Scotland. So it's an interesting way about the SNP in Scotland managed. They've had a lot of scandals, and what they do is they suspend their MPs, and then they suspend them from the party membership, but they don't take it any further. They don't have to resign as MPs or members of the Scottish Parliament. And I think it'll be interesting to see if this woman gets fined or gets a harsher sentence for wasting the court's time, in effect, then will there be a by-election in Scotland? And that will be very interesting.
Because this presumably would be a criminal charge under the COVID regulations. So, I mean, Parliament itself would actually have to take action then, presumably.
Well, there's definitely the Privileges Committee and the suspension. And then there's a whole process where if you're suspended, then there can be a petition against you. So it just seems it's a classic of one rule for one party, one rule for another.
It's shameless, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's shameless.
Because it was absolutely terrible what she did.
I know.
I think that's worth reiterating.
A church, a bar, 2 rail journeys, long-distance rail journeys.
These were London to Glasgow rail journeys. Now, say what you like about Boris Johnson and the parties going on in Downing Street, but arguably with that, you were only infecting people who were already present in the building and people who had, more to the point, consented themselves, presumably, to be in that building and be at that party. You make a long train journey like that and knowing
that you had COVID.
Positive,
at a time when restrictions were at their toughest.
Okay.
And nobody's consented to sit on that train thinking that they're sitting next to somebody with COVID.
Yeah. And as they say, finally, rather than finally. Sorry about that. The Finnish Prime Minister, who's been taking lessons from Michael Gove. Maybe remember Michael Gove disco dancing. Was it Dundee or Aberdeen?
It was in Aberdeen. And there's the Prime Minister's dancing at his own wedding celebrations. But this is a cool MP, a cool Prime Minister who dances really well. And the clips have now been released of her partying. And it's, I think, the best description of her. She's cool and she's also hot. She's a very attractive Prime Minister.
Have we got the clip of her dancing? I hope. No, I think we'll try and get that because maybe we ought to sort of contrast and compare Michael Gove and her moves.
And Boris Johnson, I think, Prime Minister to Prime Minister. But I think a great woman and a bit of fun.
What's horrible though is she does seem to be coming in for a bit of criticism for this. People saying this is not Prime Ministerial behaviour, and she should be acting sensibly all the time. To kind of keep with the importance of the role that she's got. But do you know what? She's 36. Yeah. She's a young woman. Yeah. And it seems to me that Finland's done a very, very good job, really, over the course of the past couple of years, negotiating their way through the pandemic without the restrictions, but also without some of the restrictions, but without the kind of high death tolls that we've seen in some
And the whole
countries.
issue of NATO and Russia as well, on Russia's doorstep.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I didn't realise was that Finland only became independent from from Russia in 1917.
Yeah.
And she's negotiated their way through all of this. I think she deserves a night out dancing.
Exactly.
I'm just being told we've got another clip of another politician you may recognise.
Oh, Lordy, Lord. Just in case you're listening on the radio, this is one
Boris Johnson trying to dance. I think he's obviously confused by the fact he's dancing on what appears to be a chessboard of white and black squares. So whether he's trying to stay on the white, I'm not sure what he's doing there.
No.
And there's a lightsaber
But we may sort of have a dance-off between Michael Gove, Boris Johnson and the Finnish Prime Minister. Who knows?
Well, it says nothing about their credibility as prime ministers, but I tell you what,
or
though,
dancing.
Aren't prime ministers getting younger?
They are getting, that's true, they're getting younger.
Astonishing, but there you are. We'll talk about that later.
Thank you.
It's, what time is it? 7:51. It's time now for On Your Doorstep. And I think we can cross live now to Doogie Beattie, who is somewhere on a doorstep in Northern Ireland. Doogie, tell us where you are now.
Well, I've moved outside in Castle Ward, well, away from the main building, to some of these beautiful gardens with some of the exotic plants that were brought from all over the world back in the 1800s. And of course, estates like this have to produce some sort of income to survive. And with me now is Ollie. Ollie is one of the marketing people here. Ollie, tell us, what sort of events do we expect to have here?
Yeah, so we've had great sort of events last couple of weeks here over summer. We've actually got jazz later on this evening and sort of right through the weekend. So down the courtyard, bring a few coffees, whatever, enjoy the live music. And then tomorrow, actually, we've got Living History. So we've got some of the volunteers dressed up actually in 19th century sort of Georgian outfits in and around the garden and, you know, just interacting and sort of spreading their knowledge, really.
These events are very, very important. I mean, what happens in around here? Halloween, Christmas, Easter. I mean, are there many events there?
Yeah, so all the big sort of holidays we're planning already and stuff. So Halloween we've got down actually in the farmyard, sort of down by the loch. So we're going to do sort of bring sort of like a folklore sort of witch type of thing, but keep it National Trusty, of course, and maybe sort of carriage rides sort of in around the loch, something just a bit out there. And then for Christmas we always do Georgian Christmas, so decorate the house real sort of accurate decorations and then with a market as well, sort of in the courtyard, so local vendors, good lot of them, and just sort of be a real hub sort of in County Down.
These gardens are wonderfully kept. During lockdown, of course, they would have had a vast reduction in staff. Tell us a little bit about the volunteers you mentioned and how you get involved in that.
Yeah, so volunteers are actually really crucial here. There's only one or two gardeners actually here, and the rest is volunteers. So it's really maintaining everywhere from all the way here in the Pineedom, the rockery behind me, and down the farm around the loch, like I think it's 32 acres of all have to sort of cover, so the volunteers are really crucial for that. And just getting involved, really. You can go on our website, you can just even give us a call, or even if you're visiting one day, you see someone pulling a few weeds and you fancy that yourself, just come up and ask anyone and you're more than welcome.
Well, there you go. That is Castle Ward. It would have been nice to spend all day here, but of course we have to move on to our next port of call, and it's quite literally a port of call because we have to run now and get a ferry across Strangford Lough to Portaferry, and we'll see you there within the next hour.
Indeed, Doogie, Thanks very much indeed. Looks lovely there at the moment,
weather's good
doesn't
too.
it?
Absolutely.
We are talking, well, we've been talking most of the programme about Saturday jobs, and we'd love to hear from you. Did you do an unusual sort of Saturday job or an evening job when you were a youngster or a student just to make enough money to keep things going? Lady Louise Windsor, who is the Queen's granddaughter, she is the daughter of Sophie Wessex and Prince Edward. She has been working in a garden centre just to make some money while she waits for her A-level results.
Yeah.
And they made a big fuss about it in The Sun, but it's good for you, even if you're royal, isn't it, to do one of those sorts of jobs?
Counting the peonies.
Yeah, lovely.
Very good,
yeah.
we like that.
So let us know,
Yeah.
gbviews@gbnews.uk. Tell us what sort of job you had in your days. Right now, let's find out what's happening with the weather.
Hello, good morning. Aidan McGivern here with the latest forecast. Showers for many of us this morning, but the showers are replaced by sunny spells in the south, whilst further scattered showers continue in the afternoon in the north. It's towards the north where low pressure is currently slowly moving near Iceland. And that sent a couple of weather fronts in from the Atlantic. Those are clearing the southeast during the morning, but the potential for some heavy downpours for a time, East Anglia and the southeast, before eventually it turns drier and brighter. And by lunchtime, it's, well, a dry afternoon for southern parts of the UK with sunny spells, whilst it's going to feel cooler for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Scattered showers here, a bit more cloud, a breeze. Although still some sunshine away from the showers and temperatures reaching 19 to 21 Celsius, 22 to 26 Celsius for southern areas with that sunshine and lighter winds. And actually, many of the showers in the north die away overnight, leaving behind clear spells for a time. But by midnight, the next area of rain and wind arrives into the far northwest. Northern Ireland, western Scotland turn wet and increasingly breezy overnight, risk of coastal gales for exposed parts of western Scotland. Away from there, most places start off the weekend dry. There'll be some sunshine first thing, a fresh start, I think a cooler night to come compared with recent nights, especially in the south. We keep the sunshine though for the Midlands, eastern and southern England through a good part of the morning. Areas of cloud do drift south and they'll give some showers across central and southwestern areas, but the most lively showers are expected across Scotland and Northern Ireland and turn up into Northern England by the end of the afternoon. Feeling cool in the north with that breeze, I think high teens at best. Further south, low to mid-20s, so around average for the time of year. Sunday starts dry and bright for many of us. It stays that way through the day in the east. However, it turns a bit wetter later on in the west.
There's just 2 weeks left of voting in the battle to become Britain's next Prime Minister. Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak have been dashing around the country, and tonight they make their pitches to Conservative voters in the heart of Labour-run Manchester. But do either of them have what it takes to defend and maintain Boris Johnson's mighty majority? GB News is proud to be hosting the Conservative hustings in Manchester, live and exclusive from 7 p.m. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Tory leadership candidates Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak go head-to-head in front of Conservative voters in Manchester. That's tonight.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Friday the 19th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Anne and Mark.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you.
Here's what we're waking up to this morning.
Party members in Manchester will have the chance to put their questions to the Tory leadership hopefuls. Tonight from 7, GB News' Alistair Stewart will make sure both candidates are asked lots of questions on their plans to lead the country.
And don't forget, you can watch and listen to the hustings live on GB News. Make sure you don't miss it at 7 tonight.
Well, our reporter has been speaking to the good people of Manchester to see what they think of this leadership contest so far.
Helping people with low income.
I think the public transport up here is shocking compared to London.
Better schemes for single parents.
Is probably Rishi Sunak. However, I'm not sure I trust him.
Tories need to be out.
And also coming up this morning,
I'm outside Euston Station where the entrance to the tube is shut, and it will be so for the next 24 hours. 10,000 tube workers are expected to walk out alongside 400 London Overground workers in a dispute over pay. There's also a separate bus strike taking place today in the south and west of London, leading to travel chaos in the capital.
Yeah, we'll be back with our reporter Ellie Costello in a few minutes to tell us all the latest on the strikes and how on earth you're ever going to get anywhere today.
Yeah, all back again. And the Queen's granddaughter has been working in a garden centre. It's got us and you talking about Saturday jobs. Well, which ones did you take on? Do you remember your first introduction to the world of work? As ever, let us know.
Yeah, you can join in, and you have been doing.
Yeah.
GB Views at gbnews.uk. It's been great to hear some of your stories, actually, about those early jobs. Lindsay in Derbyshire says, in 1963, I was working at Woolworths on the counter for 13 and 9p a day. I spent 5 shillings on cheese omelette and chips in the local Wimpy. I moved on to a supermarket stacking shelves for 19 and 9p. Why didn't they just up it to £1? And we had to mop the aisles at the end of the day, but they were happy days.
Yeah, happy days is a theme, it seems, because Jim says, back when bread was delivered to your door, I worked with a delivery driver every Saturday from 7 a.m. till 3 p.m. I got paid 2 shillings and 6p, again, pre-decimalisation.
Yeah.
Happy days,
Yeah,
he says.
Absolutely. Adrienne, lovely name, Adrienne or Adrienne, says, my first Saturday job was when I was 14, working in a hotel in Newbury. Dishwasher upper. And standing with a tray of hors d'oeuvre to people having a party, £1 an hour. My second Saturday job was working in a fish and chip shop on the A4 in Thatcham. Wow. My third Saturday job progressed to Wednesday evenings, Friday evenings and all day Saturday. And when I was about 16, I worked on the checkouts in Tesco. At 18, I started temping whilst at college, and then I got my first full-time job. What it did for me was give me a good work ethic.
Not all happy news, though, because Debbie says, my first job was in a dry cleaners. I had to learn the machines, etc. A couple owned it, and he was lovely, but she was horrible. I used to feel sick going in, not because of the job, but because of her.
Don't forget.
Mean bosses.
Yeah. And Andrew says, whilst at school back in 1970, I worked weekends on petrol pumps when 3 gallons of petrol was just under £1. But I was only paid £5 for a 10-hour day. Way.
I used to get Green Shield stamps with petrol as well.
Green Shield stamps?
Remember that?
Do you remember SO Men? I was thinking.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking of those the other day.
With the little key rings.
Yeah,
Do you know they're worth a
save
lot of money if you can get one that's in good condition now?
Oh,
yeah,
well,
and a tiger in the
great.
tank. Tiger in the tank?
That's right. You used to have you put it
With
around
a tiger tail.
Yeah, a tiger tail.
Happy
Those were
days.
the good old days.
Happy days.
When it was fun calling into a petrol station to get your SO Man or put a tiger.
And they used to put the petrol in for you, wipe the window, check the oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of that happens. They were the good old days. Not like that anymore, is it? Anyway, do join in any of our discussions, please. GB Views at gbnews.uk. We always love hearing from you. Now, back to politics and the leadership contest between the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak and the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss. Well, that's continuing now because GB News' Alistair Stewart is to host a hustings in Manchester tonight. And you can watch and hear it live on GB News from 7 o'clock this evening.
Well, our North West reporter Sophie Reaper joins us now from Manchester. And Sophie, given all the bad news, we've got a McDonald's in because, of course,
this is relevant.
Yeah, talking about bad news. Part of the bad news of Rishi Sunak was that he'd chosen something off the menu that hasn't been on the menu for 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah, so when he was asked yesterday about what he would have from McDonald's for the breakfast, he'd said the breakfast wrap and he would have that with his daughters. But people were quick to point out that, as you say, the breakfast wrap hasn't been available now since 2020. Obviously, you can see a McDonald's behind me, so I think we're wondering maybe we'll see Rishi Sunak in there this morning to prove a point that he does actually enjoy a McDonald's breakfast every now and again.
Got more bigger concerns to debate tonight. What's the feeling amongst the people of Manchester about, which one of them will probably win? Which do they think?
Well, when we were speaking to people, there seemed to be a bit of a general consensus here in Manchester that actually people aren't really that fussed because they don't want either of them. Those who did choose, though, said it was kind of a balance. Some people said Rishi, some people said Liz. One person said that Rishi Sunak probably would do a better job, but they just didn't really trust him. So I think we can hear now from the people of Manchester which of the two they would prefer and some of the key issues that they would like them to tackle if they're successful.
Helping people with low income and putting some money, something on for them.
I think that they should be looking to do something about the energy bill crisis that we've got going on. The cost of living is just going to spiral out of control. I think people are already struggling.
I don't care whoever it is, as long as they, do something, Action is, speaks louder than words,
Tories need to be out, but also Keir Starmer needs to not be pretending to be Labour when he's absolutely not. We need to stop trying to privatise everything.
I don't think Sunak comes from a working class background. He doesn't know what it's like to live a standard life.
Make it better, take care of the people. More recreation and the children and the streets. Homeless people, help homeless people.
It's Labour, it's got to be. This is a working city. Everybody works, everybody struggles, but ain't no one helping Manchester out.
The new Prime Minister needs to focus on the levelling up of the UK. I think the public transport up here is shocking compared to London. They keep on saying that they're going to do more to help Manchester, but they're really not.
The one that's probably going to do the better job is probably Rishi Sunak. However, I wouldn't necessarily prefer Rishi Sunak. I'm not sure I trust him.
A lot of people are struggling. They are well dressed with a gold chain, but mentally they are going through a lot. And I don't think government is doing enough.
If I was Prime Minister for the day, the first thing I would do would get them all in and I'd say, right, there's no more expenses being paid and I want you to take a pay cut. And whoever was left, they're the true ones, aren't they? They're the ones that will help you lead the country. We want a strong person.
And that's neither of them?
No. They've got no bottle, darling.
Better wages, better schemes for single parents.
Increase the minimum wage to help the people that are really struggling, which is lots. I work in a hospital and we've got nurses that are using food banks. Should never be happening.
Tax cuts is a load of nonsense because at the end of the day, we're a society.
So as we've just heard, there are a lot of issues that the people in Manchester want the successful candidate to sink their teeth into. And that's why these hustings are so important, because it gives Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss the opportunity not just to garner support from party members here in the North West, but also to put forward how they're going to tackle these issues that really, really matter, not just to the people of the North West, but up and down the UK. And that's what this is going to come down to. It's going to be who can prove to the people that they're going to tackle the issues that they want tackling.
OK, Sophie, thanks very much indeed. And we will be joining you a bit later on. And, of course, watching the hustings tonight, 7 o'clock here on GB News Live.
Yeah, Alistair Stewart chairing that for us. But let's get more reaction now. Joining us, Jake Berry, who's MP for Rossendale and Darwin, who is actually supporting Liz Truss. Very good morning to you. One might reflect, is this a job actually that is worth getting? We've got this warning now from the Office of Budget Responsibility that whoever becomes Prime Minister. The cupboard's going to be a lot barer than they thought it was. Talk of this 30 billion headroom to fund tax cuts. The OBR saying actually it could be 15 billion or less, half of what she's been basing her figures on.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me on the show. It's really interesting to hear what people in Manchester, just 20 minutes down the road from where I am now, are saying. And one of the things they're really focusing on, particularly across the north, is the levelling up agenda. One of the big things that Liz Truss has committed to today, actually, is new steps in the levelling up agenda to make sure that when we do get those lower taxes, it is matched by a growing economy that can rebuild that surplus in the Treasury. And the reason I'm backing Liz is she gets on, she delivers, she's a woman of action, and I personally think that she is absolutely well placed to create that growing economy in the north of England to fund those tax cuts.
Yeah, that's all very well, but look, I'm sorry to press you on this, but the point is, if the OBR is saying the money is not there for the tax cuts, how is she going to institute them?
Well, look, I mean, Liz has been absolutely clear that the way that you fund these tax cuts is create a growing economy, and the best way we can do that is to lower those taxes. We are the only country in the G7 that's responded to the cost of living crisis by putting up taxes, and we also have the lowest growth. Now, I happen to think, and others happen to think, that is linked to the fact that we are putting taxes up. It's the wrong response to a cost of living crisis to take money out of the pockets of working people here in the north of England, and that's why Liz's plan is the right plan to deliver that growing economy here for the northwest.
But she can't deliver it if she hasn't got the money, and that's what this report seems to be suggesting. The money is going to be probably less than half of what she's promising.
Well, the OBR is a forecast and it's based on current economic growth plans. The point I am making, sorry, I do think I'm actually answering the question. The point I'm making is that the way you fund those tax cuts is to create that growing economy. Just today, Liz is setting out her plans for low tax, low regulation innovation zones, which will hugely benefit the North's economy of makers. She's setting out a huge commitment to create a vocational style Oxbridge, or Voxbridge as she calls it, here in the north of England. All of those things absolutely play to the primes of our economy, which is healthcare, high value, high tech manufacturing, and the arts. They all absolutely support the Northwest, particularly and more generally the UK's economy, and we'll see us create that growing economy to fund those lower taxes.
Do her plans also include low pay? Because we see that her description of the strikes is that she will smash the strike misery, that she won't actually fund any of these deals that the unions are seeking.
Well, let's wait and see where we get to the pay negotiations when Liz is Prime Minister. But in terms of smashing the misery, that's something I completely support. There will be hundreds, if not thousands, of people enabled to get to work across London and across other parts of the UK this morning, who are wondering, why when train drivers on average are paid in excess of £50,000 that they're striking for more pay when you have relatively low paid people who are also concerned about their pay rises who may not be getting a similar sort of rise.
But is it the right language to be using, talking about smashing the militant unions who are holding the country to ransom? Is that the right sort of language to be using at the moment, when all we ordinary commuters want is the ability to actually catch a train or a bus? We want settlements. We don't want more hostility, surely.
Well, there's, as I understand it, and Grant Shapps has been on the media this morning talking about the pay offer that's available to the strikers. There's a pretty generous offer on the table. And I think unless we, talk tough and be tough with the unions, that they are going to continue to hold our country to ransom. And there's, thousands of people across this country who, in the first sort of summer of freedom post-COVID, want to visit family. There's young people who will be travelling next week to pick up their GCSE results from school by bus or by rail who may not be able to make that journey. I think these strikes are deeply irresponsible, particularly when the country is faced by such tough economic times. And I think they are driven by a militant sector of those unions who, show no real care for the public who are travelling on the transport.
OK, well, thanks very much indeed for joining us. We'll leave it there. We've got the hustings tonight, of course, which GB News is covering live from 7 o'clock. And Alistair Stewart is going to actually be chairing it too. So keep those questions coming in, I guess. Shall we bring you up to date with the rest of the headlines today? And police investigating the death of 87-year-old Thomas O'Halloran in West London have charged a man with his murder now. 44-year-old Lee Byer is accused of stabbing Mr O'Halloran to death whilst he was riding his mobility scooter in the town of Greenford on Tuesday. Byer will appear at Willesden Magistrates Court later today.
A drought's now been declared for southwest Wales after an extended period of dry weather and low rainfall, despite the recent thunderstorms. The hosepipe ban being brought in due to the strain on public water supplies. National Resources Wales saying the whole region had just 65.5% of its average rainfall for July.
And self-driving vehicles could be on UK motorways in the next 3 years under new government plans. The Department for Transport says £100 million is being invested into the scheme to boost the rollout. The government claims the self-driving industry could create up to 38,000 jobs and make roads safer.
Greater Manchester Police have issued a third image of a man they want to speak to in connection with an alleged sexual assault on a 6-year-old girl. The child attacked in a van in Droylsden on Tuesday before being released. Police are warning parents to be extra vigilant in the area.
And almost 1,000 Albanian criminals and immigration offenders have been deported from the UK so far this year. That's according to the latest Home Office figures. Those removed included offenders convicted of rape, sexual offences involving children, kidnap and serious assault.
So, another Friday, another strike. Yes, this time it's the RMT again, who control the London Tube network as well as rail services. At the same time, more than 1,600 people employed by the London United Bus Company also going on strike in a separate pay dispute.
And today's walkout comes between two network rail strikes, with a strike yesterday followed by another one tomorrow in this long-running pay dispute involving several other unions too.
Let's get the latest with our reporter Ellie Costello, who's been out and about for us. You're at a bus stop now at London Euston, where normally you catch a train, but not much happening on the roads, it seems, with the buses at least.
Yes, good morning to you both. Travel chaos in the capital today. There is little to no tube service. There's a strike going on the tube. There's a strike going on the overground. And there's also a separate bus strike going on in the south and the west of the capital. We're in the centre of London now. We're just outside Euston Station. You'd expect this bus stop behind me to be packed full of people because buses are running here in central London, as you can see behind me. People are being forced onto the road. But as you can see behind me, and if you're listening on the radio, this bus stop behind me is empty and the buses that are passing are still quite quiet. So it looks, at least in this part of London that I'm in right now, as though people have heeded the advice to stay at home. Perhaps because it's a Friday, people are able also to work from home. People simply are not trying to get around London on the buses today. There's a bus coming past me just now, which is virtually empty. So it doesn't seem to be the massive disruption on the buses that we were expecting today. Now, of course, the timing of this is significant because there was that national rail strike yesterday. So rails started again at about 7:45 this morning. But of course, those trains were all in the wrong places. So there could be a little bit of disruption on the rail today. Still that hangover from the strike yesterday. But let's start with that bus strike that's taking place in the south and the west of London today. It's the London United Union. 1,600 bus drivers are striking over pay. Now, they say that they were offered a 3.6% pay rise this year and a 4.2% pay rise next year. But they say that inflation is currently at 11.8%. So they say they would be taking a real terms pay cut. That's why they're striking today and tomorrow. So if you're in southern or western London, West London, you don't have any tube services, don't have any overground, and you don't have any bus service. So there is going to be a lot of disruption there. Now, Here at Euston Station, the railings are shut on the tube entrance. They're going to be shut for 24 hours. 10,000 tube workers are expected to walk out today, alongside 400 overground workers. That is a separate strike action to the bus action. This is by the RMT, and it's over pay and conditions and also job security. They say that they haven't seen the plan by TfL on the way that they're going to save money, and they say they want assurances that people are going to keep their jobs. So there will be little or no service on the tubes today, so do check before you travel. Some lines there is limited services right now. There is limited on Central, District and Northern lines, but these tubes are likely to be busy, so do check before you travel. And if you do have to get around London today, do leave plenty of time to make your journey.
Well done. Thanks very much indeed. You've obviously got a lot to compete against there, but at least that is one bus going somewhere.
I was going to say, you wait for ages for a bus, then two come along at once.
Well, that's right.
So, there's no one
They're
on
probably
there.
not going where you want to go. That's the trouble. Anyway, Ellie, thanks very much indeed. Chaos as ever with our transport.
All right, if you're going to West Nord on the 68.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're going to be talking to Grant Shapps a bit later on in the programme, and he is, of course, Transport Secretary. He wants to come on and talk about driverless cars, but there are probably a few other things he needs to talk about too.
Driverless buses.
But, well, yeah. I mean, driverless cars are going to be with us, apparently, as a part of the fabric of our life within a couple of years.
Do you know, I did a bit
is
of...
the technology...
Yeah, I did some homework
yet?
on this, because America, obviously way ahead of us. Did you know that the US National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, no less, actually identified 400 crashes between July last year and May this year with what they call automated driver assist systems? Safer,
driver
really?
assist? Yeah.
Well, basically that the car is controlling you rather than you controlling the car.
Yeah, I know. And there's nobody quite knows how we are going to introduce what sort of driverless cars we're going to have. Will they be ones where you could sit back and read a book or watch the TV or catch up with your emails or whatever, yeah. Or will they be ones where you more or less have to sit there waiting for something
to go wrong,
or wait because and whose responsibility is it if something does go wrong? Can you then take control? There are all sorts of issues which I don't know whether we've actually ironed out yet. Is the technology up to it? And what do you think? I was very keen on the idea of there being driverless cars one day, but not if we're not ready for them.
Yeah, and one thinks about so-called smart motorways and what a disaster they've been. The technology we told was going to make it safe. And again, 36 deaths in the last few years on so-called smart motorways.
Yeah, but they're not very smart, I think.
No, exactly.
That's the point, isn't it? And will driverless cars be as smart as we want them to be? I mean, they say it'll make the roads safer, but that's something we will be talking about a bit later on. So get in touch with us. What do you think? Have you ever experienced a driverless car? There are places where they're being sort of...
Well, Tesla in America, they're trialling them, yes, indeed.
And in various, I think, airport car park places, there are driverless buses. Little
sort of
shuttles.
taking you to and from the airport terminals, But
How
anyway,
do you
let us
feel
know.
about
gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Absolutely, and we'll pass on some of your questions to Grant Shapps maybe when he's coming on. Right now, it's 8:23. Should we find out what's happening weather-wise?
Hello, good morning. Aidan McGivern here with the latest forecast. Showers for many of us this morning, but the showers are replaced by sunny spells in the south, whilst further scattered showers continue in the afternoon in the north. It's towards the north where low pressure is currently slowly moving near Iceland, and that's sent a couple of weather fronts in from the Atlantic. Those are clearing the southeast during the morning, but the potential for some heavy downpours for a time, East Anglia and the southeast, before eventually it turns drier and brighter, and by lunchtime it's, well, a dry afternoon for southern parts of the UK with sunny spells, whilst it's going to feel cooler for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Scattered showers here, a bit more cloud, a breeze, although still some sunshine away from the showers, and temperatures reaching 19 to 21 Celsius, 22 to 26 Celsius for southern areas with that sunshine and lighter winds. And actually, many of the showers in the north die away overnight, leaving behind clear spells for a time. But by midnight, the next area of rain and wind arrives into the far northwest. Northern Ireland, western Scotland turn wet and increasingly breezy overnight, risk of coastal gales for exposed parts of western Scotland. Away from there, most places start off the weekend dry. There'll be some sunshine first thing, a fresh start, I think a cooler night to come compared with recent nights, especially in the south. We keep the sunshine though for the Midlands, eastern and southern England through a good part of the morning. Areas of cloud do drift south and they'll give some showers across central and southwestern areas, but the most lively showers are expected across Scotland and Northern Ireland and turn up into northern England by the end of the afternoon. Feeling cool in the north with that breeze, I think high teens at best. Further south, low to mid-20s, so around average for the time of year. Sunday starts dry and bright for many of us. It stays that way through the day in the east. However, it turns a bit wetter later on in the west.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back.
Yes.
You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Mark and Anne. It's interesting, you've been inundating us, actually, with your Saturday jobs. Jobs that you did when you were younger. And some of them are so funny. Thank you very, very much indeed. Because actually, we all need to smile a bit today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because otherwise, the headlines and everything would make very dismal broadcasting, talking about strikes and things like that. Can I just tell you this one? Lisa in Lancashire.
Oh, yeah,
says,
this one.
my first Saturday job was in a cafe. I used to help make the fresh coleslaw and assemble the sandwiches and cakes for afternoon tea. I earned £13 for the day. Anyway, it was the first time I'd ever tasted banoffee pie. And I fell in love with it so much that I asked if I could buy a whole pie and take it home. Guess how much it was? £13. So I worked a whole Saturday for banoffee pie. It was delicious, though. Love it.
I think it's a Sussex recipe, if I'm right. The hungry monk at Jevington came up with banoffee pie, first of all. Little known fact. That's right, I think, yeah. I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right on that, yes. Anyway, keep them coming. Pages and pages. But you all enjoyed it. That's the thing.
Yes, in fact, you look back with real nostalgia to those
days.
Richard says, my first job was joining the army, defending the realm for £10 a week, and I did so for 25 years.
Well done to you.
Yeah, actually, he's not the only one, because Liam says, my first job was joining the army as a boy soldier at age 15 and a half. I stayed for 27 years and really enjoyed the life.
Plum Duff, probably, instead of binoculars.
Oh, yeah.
Now, let's bring you back to earth with a bump, because across the country this weekend, strikes on the railways causing widespread disruption. Now, the UK's largest container shipping port in Felixstowe set to go on strike too. That's over, yes, another dispute about pay.
Yeah, so our East of England reporter Ed Crawford will tell you more.
In Felixstowe, there's stormy waters on the horizon. Felixstowe is the UK's largest container shipping port and its workers aren't happy. In a dispute over pay, the Dockers branch of the Unite Union voted 92% in favour of strike action, and since then negotiations have been ongoing. CK Hutchinson Holdings are the owners of the port, and they have tried to appease the unions by offering a 7% pay increase. This offer was rejected by the unions, who said it was below the 11.8% retail price index rate of inflation and therefore not a solution to the problems. Since then, an additional offer was put to the unions, which was again rejected. The Port of Felixstowe issued the following statement. The port very much regrets that Unite the Union has walked away from negotiations and announced strike action from the 21st till the 29th of August. We believe the offer made to the unions of 7% on all pay plus £500 lump sum was very fair in the prevailing economic climate. But the union has refused to put this to its members, who are the people that stand to lose most from this industrial action.
For now, it seems the negotiations have faltered and strike action is likely to take place on Sunday the 21st. These strikes will continue for 8 days and they are likely to send shockwaves across the country. Ed Crawford, GB News.
Those containers stacked up with nowhere to go. Thanks very much for your views. Gary says, it's good to see Matt Hancock backing Rishi Sunak. Now we know for sure Liz Truss will win.
Ouch. Yeah, away from Saturday jobs, rail strikes got you also engaged. Bernard has written to us to say, I back the strikes. It's not just about pay rises. It's about new contracts, working hours, cutting staff. We didn't back the miners enough and we lost the mines. The whole of transport should come out with us. Pensioners could strike for better income, but the government just wants us dead because that much has been stolen from the pension pot. Bernard not happy? No.
Well, a lot of people are not happy, are they? But at least you're keeping a smile on your face thinking of those Saturday jobs you used to do or evening jobs when you were a youngster. Rachel said, quite importantly, the other thing about a Saturday job is it gives you something useful to write on your CV. It does. I think people like a bit of real life. Karen says, when I was a 9-year-old girl, I used to do jobs for an elderly neighbour. I used to get a threepenny bit and a piece of tea cake bread cut into a slice with butter and strawberry jam. Always added a strawberry extra from the jar. I still remember it to this day.
Oh, that sounds like homemade strawberry jam. There's a strawberry actually in it, instead of just a red mush.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And a threepenny bit. Do you remember threepenny bits?
I do. They were lovely.
They were, because they had the edges.
How many edges did they have?
Was it 12?
No, 8, I think, may have been.
How many edges did a threepenny bit have?
Yeah. And it was quite thick.
Yes, they were. They were cool corns.
Yeah.
They were really good. They were quite heavy as well.
Yeah. And then it was a 2-bob bit, half a crown. And if you had half a crown, you were quite rich. And 10-bob note, that was it, you were away.
10-bob note and a £1 note.
Happy days.
Don't exist. Yes, exactly. We're getting a bit old-fashioned and nostalgic now. Do stay with us. We've got plenty more to come, including we'll be looking at the papers. And then we'll also be talking about driverless cars and other things to Grant Shapps, Transport Secretary.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of 2 wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Anne Diamond wins the pub quiz. The threepenny bit had 12 sides.
12
You're
sides,
quite right.
apparently, yeah. We were
Remember
trying
it
to
well
figure out
then,
what
yeah.
is something that has 12 sides? Is it a dodecahedron?
Dodecahedron.
Dodecahedron, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Which, as you could probably gather, we are now looking through the newspapers.
It's only 8:35. We're going.
Yeah. Joanna Williams is with us, and also John McTurnan. They're here to look through the papers. And Joanna, I can't believe this story, except I can. It's to do with the drought and the hosepipe ban.
It is. Well, we've had water in the news already in the paper review this morning, haven't we, when we looked at the huge bonuses being awarded to the bosses of some of these water companies. We know they dump sewage in the sea at the first sign of a storm, and we've also had drought and hosepipe bans rumbling on all summer. But yeah, this story is very, well, it's infuriating. Police have begged nosy neighbours to stop clogging up 999 phone lines to snitch on their neighbours.
Really?
Well, yeah, but it gets worse, I'm afraid. It gets worse. This is in a part of the country where there isn't even a hosepipe ban.
No.
This is in Devon and Cornwall, and they're going to have a hosepipe ban, but it's not yet been implemented. So there is no hosepipe ban in Devon and Cornwall right now.
But people are actually clogging up 999 lines.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I'm laughing, and I'm laughing kind of because I'm shocked and angry
absolutely.
that this is happening. But actually, I'm just thinking there's a really, really serious downside to this. I mean, real serious problem here, because if the phone lines are clogged up, and we've already seen another story in the news this morning about problems getting through to the ambulance service, delays there. You know, there will be people who are facing genuine emergencies, either needing an ambulance or fire or police, fire service or police officers to come out to them, and they can't get through because people are so busy snitching on their neighbours.
I mean, it is actually against the law to dial 999 for anything other than a real emergency.
Call,
But I guess, you know, all they can do is be told off.
Yeah.
You can't follow that up, really, can
No,
you?
you can't. I mean, if you prosecute everybody who wastes police time for wasting police time, the courts will be full.
Yeah. OK, let's move on then to the leadership battle, the latest.
Well, this is a story, the front page of the Financial Times, with Liz Truss, who's the favourite, I think, to become the next Prime Minister, saying that she's going to shake up city regulation. It's hardly any time since the global financial crisis and the bank crash, which led to the separation of all these regulators, so that the Bank of England didn't do everything, that the regulators failed. They were asleep at the wheel. And the idea to merge everything back together again when we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis, when there's a recession coming and a slump. And I'm not clear that banks have cleaned up all their acts since the Great Crash.
So what is Liz Truss suggesting?
She's suggesting that all of the regulators that are separate now should be, you know, the Financial Conduct Authority, the Prudential Regulatory Authority and the Payment Systems Regulator should go into one new organisation. Now, 3 chief executives into one, and obviously it saves some costs and top-line figures. But the danger is those are very different jobs. They were separated before, and the risk, particularly with people over-borrowing in their mortgages, what if interest rates go up? We're heading for some really tight times, and I wonder whether it's the right time to be shaking up regulation.
And she's also talked about altering the remit for the Bank of England at a time when monetary policy is key to the future of the economy. And one reflects, I mean, Boris Johnson used that phrase, the human hand grenade. Is that another repeat that she just goes in to sort of try and shake things up?
I think that was Dominic Cummings used that phrase. He's the phrase maker. I definitely think that Liz Truss, and I've known her for a few years and watched her career, and I tipped her for the top a while back. she's definitely a change maker. She will be restless in number 10. And the question is, take that energy and direct it to the biggest issues. The NHS we've been talking about all morning. The cost of living we've been talking about all morning. Settling the pay disputes. We've been talking about that all morning. Changing regulatory structures, changing the Bank of England remit. It doesn't seem... It seems to be second order. Well, I think it's easy to attack bureaucrats. Yeah, it's easy to attack top-heavy. But if you're going to do that, why not attack the fat cats in the water companies?
Well, yes. But we do need to keep in mind that mistakes clearly have been made at the Bank of England. I mean, for such a long time, we forget now, the Bank of England insisted that inflation wasn't going to be a problem, that throughout 2 years of lockdown, we could print money and put a stop to people going to work, and there wouldn't be inflation. And then when there was talk of inflation, we were told it would be transitory. And now they've had to revise their estimates of what inflation would be upwards every single month for the past 6 months. And they're trying to pay catch-up now by trying to raise interest rates. But, I mean, a lot of people would argue that this is too little too late.
Although one might reflect, the Fed's done the same in America.
Successfully.
But, I mean, this should have been, why weren't they having their eye on the ball?
Asleep at the wheel, I suppose.
So I think when we look at this story, I think we do need to think that a lot of people would be sympathetic to the thought that change is needed.
Maybe particularly Conservative Party members.
Oh, yes, that's one thing that we need to understand. Who's the audience for these comments? Yeah. The audience isn't the city, the audience isn't us, the audience isn't the country.
It's people who've got a vote still. Yeah. Move on to a summer of rage, according to the Times, Joanna.
Yeah, I mean, this is another story which just absolutely beggars belief. I mean, it's just incredible. We know that there's been a real spate of killings, sadly, in London, and it's particularly seems to have ramped up over the past few weeks. It says there's been 6 killings in London in less than a week, including the one that's been on the front page of lots of newspapers over the past couple of days. The absolute tragic stabbing of this pensioner, Thomas O'Halloran, 87-year-old man, in his mobility scooter.
Yeah, well, I mean, we should add a man's now been charged with murder and will appear in Willesden Magistrates Court later. Lee Byer, aged 44, of Southall. So clearly the legal process is underway.
Well, thank goodness, and that's good. But this story in the Times is about the London Mayor Sadiq Khan being interviewed on the, London radio about this yesterday, about basically what he was going to do and why this was happening. And he's basically said, this is down to longer days, i.e. summer, the school holidays and hot weather. Well, that's a ridiculous thing to say. I mean, it's offensive, isn't it, and insulting?
Yes, and it's always known anyway with hot weather that it gets to a certain heat. A certain heat can cause unrest. People get bad temper. But then when it gets very much hotter than that, apparently the likelihood of being, violent goes down again. And we've had record heat.
There's no doubt there's lots of tension around, but this is really not about the weather. It's about the fundamental failure of the Metropolitan Police. And they have to be held to account for this. When young people, when older men, when young women are not safe on the streets of London, what are the police doing?
Mm-hmm. No, I think John's absolutely right. Absolutely right. It's hot every year. We don't, thank goodness, see the spate of
days get longer every year.
Yeah. This is no excuse.
I mean, and what sort of policing are we talking about? Is it back to Bobby's on the beat?
I think a lot of people would like to see that.
Community policing, basic community policing, policing. Those old PCSOs. I think it's very reassuring, and also they get a lot of intelligence when they're out in the streets.
Daily Mail. This England, which is Kenneth Branagh's Boris drama show.
I'm really looking forward to this.
As if the drama show wasn't dramatic enough in real life.
It's September, I think. It's going to be on our screens. There's a spread of photographs in the Daily Mail showing Ken Branagh doing an amazingly impressive impersonation of... there's quite a bit of makeup and quite a bit of body weight added to him, but looking really good. And it's by Michael Winterbottom, who's a very, very good filmmaker. And I think this could well be the best political hit of the season, actually.
Yes.
Getting us inside number 10.
Yes, I was going to say, it's about his premiership.
It's about his premiership. It's got Dom Cummings, it's got Carrie, so it's got it's got a lot of drama, and there's his
that's
his
the
illness,
thing. I mean, are they
his
just
COVID illness.
telling the story, or are they actually going to use it as a bedrock to add drama to it?
I think it's a dramatisation of what was actually quite a dramatic part of our history, our recent history, and a dramatic part of Boris Johnson's life, because he went through the roller coaster. So I'm really looking forward to it. Branagh is a great actor. See him on our screens, small screens.
And there have been some absolutely brilliant not documentaries, but
dramatisations.
Drama docs.
There was that film about the Brexit campaign, which made Dom Cummings into a pin-up.
There was one about Tony Blair and Gordon Brown.
Yeah, there's the one about the Queen. I mean, the Crown. There's a lot. I think this contemporary history being shown through drama is a great new innovation, and I'm really looking forward to what we're going to learn.
Is it a bit too soon after the event, though? Because, really to get a correct viewpoint, you have to stand back a bit.
I think it may be a bit soapy rather than historical, but, it's things are moving so fast. It's almost like it's such a long time ago since Boris Johnson was Prime Minister. The pandemic even long before it. We're now in the era of Liz Truss.
He is still actually.
We
are. Boris
That's true.
is still actually Prime Minister, and we've not yet seen Liz Truss take over.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing this says to me, a bit sad actually, that many people in the media and even in the political class will actually miss Boris Johnson once he's gone, despite the fact that they campaigned so enthusiastically, for the stories, for the drama, because they actually gave them a sense of purpose and a sense of mission to define themselves against him. It kind of reminds me how well into the 2000s, if you watched BBC comedy shows, the jokes were still being targeted against Margaret Thatcher because it was like, here's a pantomime villain, a baddie who we can all...
And if you watch Yes Minister or Yes Prime Minister still, no matter how old it is,
still accurate.
25, 30 years old, it's still dead accurate. And the same things come up again and again and again.
Absolutely.
And are coped with in, frankly, much the same way. We'll have to leave it there for the moment. We've been talking about, obviously strikes and more strikes, not being able to get anywhere, waiting 10 years for a bus and then two come along at the same time. And now we're talking about driverless cars as well. So who better to speak to about all of this than the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, who joins us now. A very good morning to you, Secretary of State.
Morning.
Hello. Hi. So what do we talk about first? I mean, first of all, we've got to talk about the strikes. How on earth are we going to get things back to it, being able to catch a train, a plane or, a bus anywhere? What can you do about it?
I think the simple answer to this would be for the union bosses to actually put the deal that's on the table, which is an 8% pay rise over 2 years, no compulsory redundancies, for example, on Network Rail, and put that to their membership. And I think if they did that, the membership may well accept it. That's what's happened, actually, at a smaller union, the TSSA, who put the deal to their members. They accepted with 71% of their members, and the strike has ended, or the strike hasn't taken place. So that's all that needs to happen. If that doesn't happen, plan B, if you like, is we're going to make sure that we actually get on with these very, very important modernisations, which are holding our railway back. And we'll do that through a legal process, which is called Section 188, which means that we can actually essentially impose this modernisation, which is desperately needed.
The sticking point that it's not actually about the 8% deal over 2 years, or indeed the promise that there won't be any compulsory redundancies. It is the fact that the rail union will have to forego many of its conditions that it says it's fought for over many years, and that's the real sticking point.
I'm afraid that is true, but when you hear about what those conditions are, your viewers will be thinking, my goodness, are they still doing that? Sunday working, as if Sunday is as it was in 1919, the year 1919, which is what some of the contracts are still based on. So, when people didn't go out travel on a Sunday, it's now a very big leisure day. Maintenance teams on Network Rail not being allowed by the unions to walk between Euston and King's Cross, 5 minutes walk, because the unions claim they're in different regions. Nonsense like not allowing timesheets to be filled out digitally and requiring them to be done on paper. All this kind of anachronistic stuff. It's got to go if we're going to run an efficient railway. And these modernisations that I think most passengers and your viewers will think, my goodness, how on earth is the railway still filling out paper timesheets? How on earth is it still rostering 2 vans, but when only one's required to do a maintenance job because the unions require you to send 2 regardless? And so on and so forth. It's just nonsense.
Are you with Liz Truss then, as the Express front page has it? Truss promises new laws to smash strike misery. Would you support new legislation to control the unions?
I've actually gone further than that. I've come out with a 16-point plan, including 2 points which have already been legislated for, which would actually sort of complete this balance of power shift. So the power should go to the workers, not their union bosses, who are preventing the strike from being resolved. So I've got a 16-point plan, and whoever the next Prime Minister is welcome to, and I think actually will be adopting those points. And I think that's where that story probably comes from.
We move on to driverless cars. It's a subject that absolutely fascinates me, but also horrifies people, because it's almost, you've promised, I think, that we're going to have driverless cars on our roads within 2 or 3 years. But is the technology ready? Is it safe yet to be able to say that?
So so just to be clear, there aren't any cars which qualify and have been signed off as driverless at the moment. So you're clear that it will rely on the car companies coming forward with the appropriate technology. The work that's been done, though, is on the technical side. So, for example, we've had the Law Commission. They're the people who kind of study our laws and make recommendations to ministers, carry out a multi-year study over some really interesting questions, like if your driverless car had an accident, it obviously isn't the driver's fault. Whose fault is it? And it's probably a technician, programmer, engineer somewhere, a road designer. So you get into some really interesting areas. So what we're announcing today is about some of that technical background. It's also £100 million towards this transition. But ultimately, it will only happen if A, it's safe, and B, safer than the kind of driving that we have today. And it should be, because we all know that automation can make things safer. No one blinks an eye when you're told that the aircraft that you're flying on is on autopilot. That's clearly a very sophisticated machine. There's no technical reason why we shouldn't be able to go to automated vehicles, and that's what this announcement today does.
As Secretary of State, are you aware of the figures for the United States and what's happened with driverless cars there?
I know, but I can tell you as a fact they don't have driverless cars in the way that this legislation, what I've announced today, proposes.
Shall I just update you with the figures that we've got from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, snappily entitled body in the US? Between July last year and May this year, there were 400 crashes involving what they call automated driver assist systems. 273 of those involving Teslas, 90 involving Honda. 5 people were killed, 6 were seriously hurt. In the most recent Uber fatal car crash, when the car did not recognise a jaywalking pedestrian. In other words, someone trying to cross the road.
I'm pleased you've raised it, simply to say that is not the thing that we're talking about. What you're responding to there, that US survey, is what a lot of drivers will be familiar with here: brake-assisted systems, maybe even lane holding, or even lane changing.
Well, no, it involves full self-driving as well, autopilot and traffic-aware cruise control, all 3 systems.
So to be clear, the standard that we're talking about with the automation that I'm discussing today, there are no cars available here or anywhere else commercially which meet that standard. So we're not talking about quite the same thing here. But I do think, just on the kind of technologies that you're talking about, and I drive a car which has some of that automation in there. Things like brake assist are very important. So, it means that there are fewer rear-end crashes. But what we're talking about here is something fundamentally different. We're talking about cars where you don't even have somebody at the steering wheel. So it's actually a complete shift again away from what people think of as just driver-assisted automated driving of the type that you just described.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of reaction from people is that they wouldn't trust them because, we were told that smart motorways would be smart, and yet there's a huge feeling of people being very unhappy about so-called smart motorways not working and causing accidents.
Well, yeah, and I never would have signed off smart motorways as they were envisaged, and I've spent 3 years as Transport Secretary, but making sure that the technology that should have been there in the first place was in, like radars and so on and so forth. But on the issue of cars, I suspect if you asked people, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, would you go on a plane if you knew it was on autopilot, if you knew it was going to land itself or something like that, people would probably say no. But actually, of course, we know that happens perfectly safely. We're talking about here technology, which won't happen unless it's safe. But I do think it's right to recognise that in a world where planes are able to essentially fly themselves around, we're not far behind with cars and indeed trains, to go back to the issues that we were talking about at the beginning of this. So the automation, of course, is part of the modern world. We want to make sure it's done safely.
Can I just take you back to the roads, though? And again, it's an issue attached to smart motorways. Have we got the money to do this? Because it's not just about the cars, it's about the roadside systems as well. I drove up from Sussex this morning. Some roads haven't even got the white lines painted anymore, or even cat's eyes. They've just disappeared because local authorities don't have the money to keep those roads properly maintained.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I can tell you, we have a £24 billion budget for our roads. That's both road development, but a huge amount of that money is for maintenance, repair, smaller improvements, and so on and so forth. And I think it's worth recognising this country has, I think, the second or third best road accident record in the world. So, for example, I think you're 5 times less likely to be killed in a road accident in the UK than the USA, for example. Our standards are vastly higher in terms of road design and the rest of it. Of course, there's always an argument for doing more. The kind of automation we're talking about here is likely to start on the more structured roads, like the motorways, for example. And as I say, doing this would be something which we'd expect to see lead to a reduction in injuries and accidents, because we all know that computers are very efficient at never falling asleep and so on and so forth. So, there are a lot of advantages that I want to see used to reduce the death toll, which still stands at 1,500 to 1,700 people a year killed on our roads.
Grant Shapps, it's good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning.
Thanks.
Thank you. And with the time coming up to 8:56 nearly, should we catch up with the weather?
Hello, good morning. Aidan McGivern here with the latest forecast. Showers for many of us this morning, but the showers are replaced by sunny spells in the south, whilst further scattered showers continue in the afternoon in the north. It's towards the north where low pressure is currently slowly moving near Iceland, and that's sent a couple of weather fronts in from the Atlantic. Those are clearing the southeast during the morning, but the potential for some heavy downpours for a time, East Anglia and the southeast, before eventually it turns drier and brighter, and by lunchtime it's, well, a dry afternoon for southern parts of the UK with sunny spells, whilst it's going to feel cooler for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Scattered showers here, a bit more cloud, a breeze, although still some sunshine away from the showers, and temperatures reaching 19 to 21 Celsius, 22 to 26 Celsius for southern areas with that sunshine and lighter winds. And actually, many of the showers in the north die away overnight, leaving behind clear spells for a time. But by midnight, the next area of rain and wind arrives into the far northwest. Northern Ireland, western Scotland turn wet and increasingly breezy overnight, risk of coastal gales for exposed parts of western Scotland. Away from there, most places start off the weekend dry. There'll be some sunshine first thing, a fresh start, I think a cooler night to come compared with recent nights, especially in the south. We keep the sunshine though for the Midlands, eastern and southern England through a good part of the morning. Areas of cloud do drift south and they'll give some showers across central and southwestern areas, but the most lively showers are expected across Scotland and Northern Ireland and turn up into northern England by the end of the afternoon. Feeling cool in the north with that breeze, I think high teens at best. Further south, low to mid-20s, so around average for the time of year. Sunday starts dry and bright for many of us. It stays that way through the day in the east. However, it turns a bit wetter later on in the west.
There's just 2 weeks left of voting in the battle to become Britain's next Prime Minister. Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak have been dashing around the country, and tonight they make their pitches to Conservative voters in the heart of Labour-run Manchester. But do either of them have what it takes to defend and maintain Boris Johnson's mighty majority? GB News is proud to be hosting the Conservative hustings in Manchester, live and exclusive from 7 p.m. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farrow.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Tory leadership candidates Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak go head-to-head in front of Conservative voters in Manchester tonight.
And a very good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock on Friday, the 19th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Anne and Mark.
We're live across the whole of the UK. If you're on both your TV and on radio, wherever you are, you can take us with you, of course.
So here's what you're waking up to this morning. Conservative Party members in Manchester will have the chance to put their questions to the Tory leadership hopefuls. Tonight, from 7, GB News' Alistair Stewart will make sure both candidates are quizzed on their plans to lead the country.
And you can watch and listen to those hustings live on GB News, so make sure you don't miss a thing.
And also coming up this morning,
I'm outside Euston Station, where the entrance to the tube is shut, and it will be so for the next 24 hours. 10,000 tube workers are expected to walk out alongside 400 London Overground workers in a dispute over pay. There's also a separate bus strike taking place today in the south and west of London, leading to travel chaos in the capital.
And that's our reporter Ellie Costello, who'll join us a bit later on with all the latest.
Also coming up, the Queen's granddaughter working in a garden centre, which has got us talking about, well, and you talking about it, Saturday jobs. Which one did you take on? What do you remember about your first introduction to the world of work? Most of you have got some pretty happy memories.
And TV's Mark Wright will be live in the studio to tell us why we need to get off our backsides and be more active.
And the lead singer of Dr. Hook here to tell us about their 50th anniversary tour. Will Sylvia's mother be on the tour as well?
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Yeah, remember that.
Isn't it? As ever, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing us gbviews@gbnews.uk. Those were the days. Andrea says, I used to sell Mr. Whippy ice creams in a store on a Saturday and during school holidays. Anyone I knew, including staff, would get a flake stuffed in the corner as well as on top of the ice cream. I did this job for a number of years.
Does that mean 2 flakes in the ice cream?
Yeah.
So that's a 99 times 2.
Why was it ever called a 99?
Oh, God, that's a good question.
Why was
there we are. That's your poser for 10.
A
the start of
Whippy
10.
ice cream with a flake in. Why was it called a 99? I don't know.
More coming in from you with your happy memories. I used to ring church bells for weddings, says Anne.
Ah, that's lovely.
We had a very busy church and up to 6 weddings every Saturday. So it would be proving quite lucrative as well as good for your arm muscles.
Yeah.
That's all that going on.
John says, as a spin-off from doing Bob a Job Week in the Scouts, when I was about 12, I did a few neighbours' gardens on Saturdays. The trouble was they carried on just paying me a bob, 5p, instead of the going rate, which should have been about 25p an hour at the time. I used to do a lot of babysitting. So particularly when you were a girl, teenager, and we used to live in a cul-de-sac where all the families knew each other.
With
so I had quite a good babysitting business.
Free access to the fridge, television?
Yeah, always, yeah.
So the perks of the job as well.
If they were good, nice children, you know, you could have quite
Yeah.
a peaceful evening.
Great stuff. You've got some wonderful memories. Keep them coming and we'll reflect those. And it's GB...
Oh, here's a
you've got
lovely
another
one.
Right,
Oh, no.
Hold
Now,
your
this
horses.
starts a whole new subject, right? Trevor says, I never had a Saturday job when I was young.
Yes.
However, I'm now 65 and retired from my proper job, but I've just started my first ever Saturday job at a local sports shop, and I love it. It doesn't feel like work.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? A Saturday job at the age of 65.
And many actually having to go back to work because they're finding things so tough, even though they thought they'd retired. But keep them coming and we'll carry your views throughout the morning.
Shall we talk politics?
Oh, all right, then, if you insist.
Yes, well, you can't get away from it, can you? The leadership contest between the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak and the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss continues because GBNews' Alistair Stewart is going to host a hustings in Manchester tonight, and you can watch and hear it live on GB News from 7 o'clock this evening.
Well, our North West reporter Sophie Reaper is in Manchester for us, joining us once more. Thanks very much again with... As we can see, McDonald's in the background. Still no sign of Rishi Sunak looking for his wrap, which he may find difficult to find nowadays.
Yeah, he's not here yet. And to be honest, I have my doubts. As we said earlier, he told people yesterday that when he frequents McDonald's for his breakfast, he has the breakfast wrap, and people were quick to point out that, in fact, that item hasn't been available on the menu since 2020, so it looks like he's not actually that big of a fan of McDonald's, I'm afraid. So I don't know if we'll see him here today.
What is the mood there, do you think? You've obviously been out and about talking to people. Who is their favourite?
Well, if I'm brutally honest, by the sounds of it, there isn't really a favourite here in Manchester. Most people said they'd rather have neither. Some people did, of course, choose one of the candidates. Some people said Liz Truss and some people said Rishi Sunak. But I think the general consensus was voiced by one man who said he didn't trust Rishi Sunak and that he'd rather just have neither, to be honest.
Now, this tonight is a hustings, isn't it, basically? People in the audience will be Conservative Party members?
Yeah, so what we're going to see is Liz Truss take on Rishi Sunak to kind of garner the support of people here in Manchester. And as you say, I've been asking people of Manchester who they would rather see take the position of Prime Minister and some of the key issues that they feel need tackling here.
Helping people with low income and putting some money or something on for them.
I think that they should be looking to do something about the energy bill crisis that we've got going on. The cost of living is just going to spiral out of control. I think people are already struggling.
I don't care whoever it is, as long as they, do something. Action is more, speaks louder than words.
Tories need to be out, but also Keir Starmer needs to not be pretending to be Labour when he's absolutely not. We need to stop trying to privatise everything.
I don't think Sunak comes from a working class background. He doesn't know what it's like to live a standard life.
Make it better, take care of the people. More recreation and the children and the streets. Homeless people, help homeless people.
It's Labour, it's got to be. This is a working city. Everybody works, everybody struggles. But ain't no one helping Manchester out.
The new Prime Minister needs to focus on the levelling up of the UK. I think the public transport up here is shocking compared to London. They keep on saying that they're going to do more to help Manchester, but they're really not.
The one that's probably going to do the better job is probably Rishi Sunak. However, I wouldn't necessarily prefer Rishi Sunak. I'm not sure I trust him.
A lot of people are struggling. They are well dressed with a gold chain, but mentally they are going through a lot. And
I don't think government is doing enough. If I was Prime Minister for the day, the first thing I would do, I'd get them all in, and I'd say, right, there's no more expenses being paid, and I want you to take a pay cut. And whoever was left, they're the true ones, aren't they? They're the ones that'll help you lead the country. We want a strong person.
And that's neither of them?
No. They've got no bottle, darling.
Better wages, better schemes for single parents.
Increase the minimum wage to help the people that are really struggling, which is lots. I work in a hospital and we've got nurses that are using food banks. Should never be happening.
Tax cuts is a load of nonsense because at the end of the day, we're a society.
Okay.
So as we've just heard, there are a lot of issues that the people of Greater Manchester and the North West want tackling, whether it's the cost of living crisis, transportation, or even levelling up here in the North West. And that's why these hustings are so important, because it gives the two candidates, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss, the opportunity not only to garner support from the party members here in the North West, but also to prove to the people of the North West how they're going to tackle these key issues that matter so much, not just to the people here, but across the UK.
Sophie, thank you very much indeed for that. And of course, we'll be back to you to get more reaction from Manchester and indeed the hustings tonight at 7 o'clock as well.
But you'll be able to watch it on GB News at 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
And listen to it, of course, yes, wherever you take us.
Now, we brought you the breaking news a little earlier that Lee Byer has been charged with the murder of 87-year-old Thomas O'Halloran at Greenford in West London. The Metropolitan Police releasing that news a little earlier. Let's get more now. Joining us, our Home and Security Editor, Mark White. Mark, what have you got for us?
Well, 44-year-old Lee Byer is due to appear here at Willesden Magistrates Court this morning. We haven't been given an exact time, but he has been charged with the murder of Thomas O'Halloran on Tuesday afternoon. Now, Mr. O'Halloran was the sixth person to be murdered in the capital in just 4 days, but the manner of his death really resonated and shocked members of the public. A frail 87-year-old in a mobility scooter. He was driving along the A40 on the pavement there in his scooter at Western Avenue, that main road into central London, when he was stabbed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in broad daylight. Now, he still managed to drive that mobility scooter for another 75 yards or so until he met some members of the public who were able to call for assistance. But despite the paramedics working on him for some time, Mr. O'Halloran, who was originally from County Clare in the west of Ireland, died of his injuries. Now, there was a widespread appeal from the police for information. They CCTV of a prime suspect they were looking for, and really within hours of that appeal they had a name, an address. Lee Byer was then arrested in the early hours of yesterday morning by armed police at an address in Southall in West London. So he's been in police custody ever since, charged a short time later, and will appear here at Willesden Magistrates Court charged with murder this morning.
Mark, thanks very much indeed. More from you, of course, a little later as that appearance takes place at that court. Thank you very much.
Well, let's bring you up to date with the latest headlines. NHS leaders are warning the UK faces a humanitarian crisis this winter unless further action is taken to tackle rising energy bills. In a letter to the government, the NHS Confederation says more people will fall ill if they have to choose between skipping meals to heat their homes or living in cold, damp conditions. The government has committed to giving the poorest households £1,200 of extra support.
A drought's now been declared for southwest Wales after an extended period of dry weather and low rainfall, despite the recent thunderstorms. The hosepipe ban being brought in because of the strain on public water supplies. National Resources Wales saying the whole region had just 65.5% of its average rainfall in July.
Self-driving vehicles could be on UK motorways in the next 3 years under new government plans. The Department for Transport says £100 million is being invested into the scheme to boost the rollout. And the government claims the self-driving industry could create up to 38,000 jobs and make roads safer.
Back to the politics. Rishi Sunak says he will restore NHS dentistry if he becomes the next Prime Minister. Leadership contender announcing a 5-point plan to resolve problems that have caused them to shift to private work in most practices.
Interesting. I used to ring church bells for weddings, says Anne. We had a very busy church and up to 6 weddings every Saturday, so it was quite lucrative.
Yes, so many of you looking back with some fondness to your Saturday jobs and working when you were a bit younger. Rob in Kings Langley says, my first Saturday job was pumping petrol at a petrol station in the days when motorists didn't do it themselves. I was 14 at the time, and I did some evenings as well. Most of the time, I was entirely on my own, looking after hundreds of pounds in takings and the petrol station itself. Here's the rub. I doubt employment law would allow that lack of health and safety today, but the money was quite good, he says.
Carol says, I worked in a mushroom factory on Saturdays. A mushroom factory? I had to get up early to travel about 9 miles to work picking mushrooms in underground tunnels using an inspection lamp to see.
Oh, yes, because they had to be in the dark, didn't they? Kept in the dark like us. No, rail strikes, plenty of you got your views on this as well. Martin in Southampton, yes, good idea supporting strikes in a cost of living crisis. Not, exclamation mark. It makes it worse for the rest of us who have to work and don't get pay rises on top of already high wages.
And Andrea says, I used to sell Mr. Whippy ice creams in a store on a Saturday and during school holidays. Anyone I knew, including staff, would get a flake stuffed in the corner as well as on the top of the ice cream. That's like a bunny rabbit head, isn't it? I did this job for a number of years. Interesting talking about old jobs, isn't it?
Yeah.
What you did as a Saturday job.
Obviously, the fact that people weren't earning very much, but saying it was just fun doing it and good experience. So keep them coming.
Doing any sort of job is good experience, isn't it?
Indeed.
We've got lots more to talk about. Did we say weather next?
I think it is. Why not?
Time for the weather.
Yeah.
OK.
Hello, good morning. Aidan McGivern here with the latest forecast. Showers for many of us this morning, but the showers are replaced by sunny spells in the south, whilst further scattered showers continue in the afternoon in the north. It's towards the north where low pressure is currently slowly moving near Iceland, and that's sent a couple of weather fronts in from the Atlantic. Those are clearing the southeast during the morning, but the potential for some heavy downpours for a time, East Anglia and the southeast, before eventually it turns drier and brighter, and by lunchtime it's, well, a dry afternoon for southern parts of the UK with sunny spells, whilst it's going to feel cooler for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Scattered showers here, a bit more cloud, a breeze, although still some sunshine away from the showers, and temperatures reaching 19 to 21 Celsius, 22 to 26 Celsius for southern areas with that sunshine and lighter winds. And actually, many of the showers in the north die away overnight, leaving behind clear spells for a time. But by midnight, the next area of rain and wind arrives into the far northwest. Northern Ireland, western Scotland turn wet and increasingly breezy overnight, risk of coastal gales for exposed parts of western Scotland. Away from there, most places start off the weekend dry. There'll be some sunshine first thing, a fresh start, I think a cooler night to come compared with recent nights, especially in the south. We keep the sunshine though for the Midlands, eastern and southern England through a good part of the morning. Areas of cloud do drift south and they'll give some showers across central and southwestern areas, but the most lively showers are expected across Scotland and Northern Ireland and turn up into Northern England by the end of the afternoon. Feeling cool in the north with that breeze, I think high teens at best. Further south, low to mid-20s, so around average for the time of year. Sunday starts dry and bright for many of us. It stays that way through the day in the east. However, it turns a bit wetter later on in the west.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello again, it's 20 minutes past 9. Time now for On Your Doorstep. And we're going live to our reporter Dougie Beattie, who is in Northern Ireland. Where are you at the moment, Dougie?
Well, we've crossed Strangford Lough and we're in Explorers Wildlife Centre, well, actually aquarium, and I'm with Blair, who is a junior aquarist, and we're in the Seal Hospital. Tell us a little bit about what we're looking at.
So here in the Seal Hospital, we rescue and look after these seals until they're ready to be released back out in the wild. So in here you can see we've got our harbour seal pups. They will have been born at the start of June, so they're all only a couple of months old. But when they're fully grown, they'll get to about the same sort of size as me, about 190 centimetres, and about the weight of a fridge, about 130 kilos. So they really are some of Northern Ireland's largest animals. The other species we'll be rescuing probably about the start of autumn time when they're born would be the grey seal. They get even bigger. An adult grey seal can get to about 3 metres long in some extreme cases, and about 300 kilos. It's about the weight of 3 baby elephants. So absolutely massive creatures. We would only ever take them in when they're pups though. So yeah, these ones are still very young. Most of them should still be on their mother's milk, which is why we have to feed them fish soup. We're just starting to train them on to eating whole fish. So it could be another maybe 4 months or so before these guys are released back out into the wild. But we're taking very good care of them. We work with vets and everything just to make sure they're in tip-top condition.
How far would these seals travel when you just let them go?
So we have put trackers on them in the past. A lot of them would stay locally around Strangford and around the coast of Ireland. Others will travel a lot farther. They'll go way up to the Hebrides, they'll go to the North Wales, to the wind farms where there's plenty of fish. Just somewhere there's a nice big colony and plenty of food for them.
Why would their mothers abandon them? I mean, what is the reasons for that?
Yeah, so we'll bring them in for a variety of reasons. The main one would be abandonment from their mothers. Unfortunately, if she has twins, there's a good chance she'll abandon one pup, just cut her losses with the other one, and you'll focus on one, help it survive. If the wee seal pup gets injured or very sick, she'll again cut her losses and just try again next year. But the reason she might abandon her pup, in most cases, is human interference. So a lot of people will see a wee seal pup resting on the beach. When they're this age, they do need to come into shore quite a lot, just to have a wee rest. But people will maybe come up and they'll try and take a photo, they'll let their dogs near them, or sometimes with the best intentions, they'll try and move them back into the sea, or they'll try and feed them. But that will scare off the mother. She's usually waiting somewhere just offshore. And then, of course, once the mother's scared off, they don't have her milk or her protection, and the poor wee things are doomed either to end up here, if they're lucky, or just to die out in the wild. So if you ever do see a wee seal pup out in the wild, just keep your distance. About 100 metres or so is plenty. If it's looking towards you, you're already disturbing it. If it looks like it's in distress, or if it's injured or sick, you can give us a call here at Explorers. We'll come out and take a look at it. If it needs rescued, we'll bring it in here and make sure it gets the best care possible.
What are the two main, I suppose, seal that we have in the UK?
Yes, so we'd get the harbour seal, that's the one we see here, and also the grey seal. Yeah, these ones are the harbour seals. They're a lot less aggressive, a lot smaller as well, much more cute. There's an easy way to tell the difference. When they're pups, the grey seals will be born with a lanugo coat. That's that white fluffy coat you see on baby seals. These guys are born without it. Just means they can enter the water a lot more quickly. They can go into the water within a few hours of being born. When they're fully grown, the main difference would be the snout. So wee harbour seals, they look more like a pug. They've got this wee round snout on them, great big eyes and little V-shaped nostrils. Grey seals, they look more like a Great Dane. They've got these big strong noses on them and little parallel nostrils and much smaller eyes.
Well, that was an education to me, I can tell you, and I could stay here all day. These animals are absolutely gorgeous, but with that, we have to leave.
Oh, Doogie, absolutely. I could stare at them all day. They're just so fascinating, aren't they? They've got such character in their faces.
Yeah, great eyes.
Oh, look at them. Oh, don't go yet. Oh,
Making a splash, they are.
They are. They're lovely, aren't they? Brilliant.
Now, let's take you back in time and into the future, because iconic rock band Dr. Hook reuniting this year for their 50th anniversary tour, kicking off September the 1st in Liverpool.
Yeah, absolutely. Dennis LeCorriere, who's the lead singer of the band, joins us now. It's like a blast from the past.
Oh,
it really
I know.
Is
You know, if I knew I was going to live so long, I would have had a different hairstyle by now. But
and you two have met before.
Oh, many moons ago.
I
You
know.
haven't changed a bit.
Oh, thank you.
Haven't.
Well, thank you. I mean, if you were riding in this vehicle, you'd hear the clunks and the rattling, yes.
Yeah.
But good. At least I look like an older version of the same guy.
You look like the same guy.
I've made my mind up that the day I walk on stage and the whole audience goes, who the heck is that? I'll stop.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid you're immediately recognisable.
Yeah, and as is your voice, of course, and the band. I mean, I was asking my son, who's into music, how would you describe Dr. I mean, you weren't country, you weren't really middle of the road. It was. I mean,
we were a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
You know, there was a while there in the early '70s when we really focused on the radio.
Yeah.
We wanted to be on the radio, and so we put out records that we thought would get us on the radio because we wanted people to know we were alive and touring.
Yeah, and you didn't even think that Sylvia's Mother was going to be a hit song.
You know something?
Sylvia's Mother.
I didn't. When I was a kid, I had no real aspirations to do. I mean, this is just all things happened. I've been such a chancer. I've just kind of gone, okay, and now all of a sudden I look back, and you know why? I'll tell you what's kept Hook alive. The audiences. Our original fans pass that music on to their kids, and they on to their kids, and then again. And our audiences are like 4 generations of people, and you can't beat that, because usually kids reject what their families listen to, but they brought it together.
But the music's not aged. I mean, we've got some music coming up to remind people. I mean, it still sounds so fresh when you hear it now.
Good,
Yeah, but it's also singable along.
Yeah.
I don't know what the word is. Singable along to.
Yes, the audience prove that every night.
Do they really?
Oh, yeah. They don't need microphones.
I tell you what, they're doing a tour again, and it's a fairly substantial tour.
I was going to say, going into 2023.
Yeah, we did gigs last year. Like I was telling you before we went on, I appreciate this time here because the tour has been start-stop because of COVID postponements. No, it's not now, it's later, and I just want people to know that it's going on. Liverpool, we're playing for the second time due to popular demand because it sold out last year. Yeah. And then there's Poole and Scunthorpe and Portsmouth and
St Albans, Guildford, Bexhill,
Carlisle, a couple in Scotland. Yeah. So
does it feel different doing it now as opposed to years ago?
No, there's no manual like that says the road for seniors. It's just as hard as it ever was.
Let's have a listen, because we've got some of the newer footage. Walk right in.
Okay.
Let's have a look and listen to this.
All right.
When you're in love with a beautiful woman, you know it's hard. I was only 16, only 16. I've got a couple more years on you, baby, that's all. When you think I loved you, all I can, I'm gonna love you a little bit more. But the thrill we never know is the thrill that'll get you when you get your picture on the cover of the Rolling Stone. Years from now, and loving you years from now, as I love you
life flashing before you in 30
Oh, I'm telling you what, I'm a lucky guy. It could have been much different. And I didn't really, what I was telling you before was really true. I didn't really know. I didn't really have a goal. I was just a kid. I was playing in bars. I sat in with a couple of guys. We
You were on the
became
bass
popular.
originally when you joined.
Yeah, I lied and told them I could play bass. I told you I was a chancer.
Get in the band somehow.
Yeah, you know, and it's just been, I've been a lucky guy. It's been a lot of work, but you know, I work for myself. A friend said to me the other day, no man ever works harder than a man who works for himself.
That's very true.
And
What's the lineup like now, though? Who else is on
It's
stage?
no original members. I mean, unfortunately, about 5 of those guys are no longer with us.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I was going to
And,
ask this. What we got? Billy Francis, your keyboard player, died in 2010.
Right.
And Ray Sawyer, who obviously everyone remembers.
Yeah, he
Eye
was my
Patch,
partner,
2018, he died.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this must be sort of bittersweet for you, looking back 50 years.
Yeah, but you know, I'm proud to that the music has stayed alive.
Yeah.
It's like I can't do anything about people's lifespans. You know, we can't have a seance before every show to see who comes back, but I can keep the music alive, and people seem
And
to appreciate
you carry
it.
them with you, I guess. You go on stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's always that. It's always that. But, you know, this band isn't trying to be that band. You know, it's just what it is. And it's a great band of singers and players, and we play the music like people want to hear it. It's not like 50 years later we're doing other versions because we're bored. If it worked this long, there's no real point in changing.
It's what people want to hear as well,
I know,
isn't it?
I know.
So many of your songs were always singable along to.
Yeah, and they do it every night, louder
I'll
than
bet
me.
They do.
Yes, they do.
And they would be very disappointed if you didn't do the absolute classics.
Yeah, no, they would. You know, I toured solo with a guitar once in a while for a few years, and I did some of the old stuff, some new stuff, but this is the 50th anniversary.
Is there anything, though, you think, oh, no, I don't have to sing this again, do I? Or
Not anymore. No. I went through that in my life,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
so did McCartney wouldn't sing
Yeah.
Beatles. Paul Simon wouldn't sing Simon and Garfunkel. It's because for a little while, you're trying to prove that you're something else, or at least, you know, moving forward. But now I'm so proud of the fact that, you know, I've kept this thing going for so long. You know, things have a shelf life. This has been a long...
You're still on the shelf.
Yeah, I'm still on the shelf, yes. You can reach up and shake it. There's still something in the can.
Okay, so where's the next gig?
Next one is, we're doing a festival. We're doing a festival at the end of this month in Malvern. And
What, in
the-
Malvern, in Worcestershire?
Yeah.
That's where I come from.
Well,
Oh,
I'll be there.
wow.
I'll be there. I'll sing one for you.
Oh, that's brilliant.
No, but Liverpool, we're doing Liverpool on September 1st. And like I said, this is a revisit, and it's almost sold out. And then we're just going to continue on with Scunthorpe and Poole and St. Like you said, all the ones. But people can go to Dr. Hook Official and get all these things that I don't remember.
Well, I don't think they look any different at all.
I look at the website every once in a while to see how I'm doing.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Great pleasure to have you.
It's
Thank you, Mark.
absolutely
Thanks.
lovely
It's
to
nice
see
to see
you. I
you
can't
again. Good.
believe
Thank you.
it.
Thank you, everybody. Where am I? There. Oh, who cares?
Wherever.
And you're still in love with a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good.
that one too. Oh,
Ba-bum.
yeah. So many absolute classics.
I know.
Fantastic.
We'll
Thank you
sing
so
them
much for
all.
coming
Thank
in.
you.
That was
Thanks,
brilliant.
folks.
Brilliant. Back with you in a couple of moments.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panelists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel, And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Stop press, very
Sorry.
important announcement. We were asking
I'm pressing
why...
the wrong button here, aren't I? Anyway,
Yeah,
carry
well.
on. don't mind me. I'm in charge.
We were talking about why a 99 is called a 99.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you see,
Right.
this is really important.
Right, OK.
Yeah, OK. We have had an awful lot of people have got in touch because they know. That includes Adrian in West Sussex, Keith, Steve, Matthew, Terry, and another 30 people have all emailed in quickly saying, in the days of the monarchy in Italy, the king had a specially chosen guard consisting of 99 men, and subsequently anything really special or first class was known as a 99.
99.
And that's how the 99 flake came by its name.
Because it was a special ice cream.
I can't get over that. That's
Wow.
amazing. And you wouldn't know
See,
it.
it's
if you
worth
didn't know
watching
it, would you?
GB News just for these useful facts alone.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love that.
Excellent.
Oh, wonderful Saturday jobs. Sean says, I had a Saturday job in a bakery with my mum up at 3 a.m. and I used to pour all the custards and help with the bread in the oven. A bakery in the early morning must be lovely.
Yeah, I remember my
lovely smell of
granddad was a
cakes,
baker, and the
things.
smell of the cream slices,
Oh.
custard and, yeah.
And Graham says, my first job was helping the milkman, Saturdays and Sundays and during term holidays. Up at 6, finished just after lunchtime, £3 a day, plus tips. Taught me a lot about working and everything not being free. I was able to hold 10 bottles of milk at a time, 5 in each hand.
Wow.
And I still can to some extent. Gave me a good lift on the ladder to work ethics.
Congratulations.
Hold the
yeah.
bottles
Well,
like that,
yeah.
wouldn't you?
Anyway.
Yeah.
Now, someone known to millions for his appearance in the reality TV series The Only Way is Essex. Also, a brush with the creepy crawlies of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. And star player for Crawley Town, no less. But Mark Wright here today for another reason, to get us off our backsides. Mark, welcome.
Well, welcome. I mean, thanks for having me.
Well, and good to see you after, well, you had a bit of a problem with a calf tear, or
Yeah,
is that playing on the football pitch?
Playing football and training for the marathon last year, doing too much. So I had to pull out the marathon last year.
Right.
But I'm doing it this year. And
Have you done a marathon before?
No.
Ah.
This is the first time.
All right.
I've always wanted to do one, but never found the time because obviously it takes up so
lot
much
of
time.
training.
Yeah, exactly. And then Flora got in touch with me, and they're doing this campaign, Getting Towns Active, which to me is so important. In lockdown, I started getting people fit on Instagram lives and stuff. And
Did you?
Yeah, there's nothing more rewarding for me than encouraging people to get fit and seeing them start the journey. So doing this with Flora, and it's just a perfect fit, really.
And you've had a certain Paula Radcliffe helping to put you through your paces. I mean, you're a glutton for punishment, aren't you?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Let alone running a marathon, getting Paula Radcliffe to set the pace for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wish she could tow me around because my legs will only go so fast. But she's been giving me lots of advice along the way, especially to prevent injury again this year. So yeah, we're both doing this campaign and convincing people to get out and do it. They don't have to do a marathon.
I was going to ask you. Yeah, you're not going to ask them
What's
to.
the basis of the campaign? As you said, it's not a marathon. It's just getting more fit somehow.
Getting Towns Active, yeah. So it's just, I'm doing a marathon to show that I'm going to go all of that way to get myself active. You just need to do something a little bit more than you do today. So whether it's a walk around the block, an extra dog walk, a few more flights of stairs instead of getting a lift, whatever it is, just be a little bit more active than you are today. It's so important. And, I keep fit all my life. I used to play football, obviously, and even if I don't, when I'm not playing professional football, I still just keep myself fit because for me, it's just part of my life. It makes me feel healthy, both mentally and physically. And it's so important that everybody
And
is active.
it's amazing that during lockdown, a lot of people,
Yeah.
not that it's unkind to say learned how to be lazy, but gave in a lot and haven't gotten out again.
100%. And that's what happened to me, to be honest. So the reason why I started doing these Instagram lives and started this other company, getting people fit, was because I just couldn't motivate myself during the first month of lockdown. And I was like, said to my wife, I said, I've not been to the gym in like 3 weeks. That is not like me. I'm going to start tomorrow. And I didn't. So then anyway, I started promoting it on Instagram, saying, right, we're going to do it together. And that made me get up because I had to be on the live. And then from then on, every day during lockdown, me and thousands online were doing, working out together. And it was just the most rewarding thing ever. So we're now doing it this way.
Yeah, you also had a brush with illness, which must have been pretty frightening.
Yeah.
Did that also make you think, I've got to try and stay healthy and really look after myself as a result of that? Because, those sort of life-changing events really alter your mindset quite rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, they make you feel that you're not immortal, right? And, it was a benign tumour in the end, but it was large, it was growing, so I had to remove it. Yeah, it was terrifying, but at the same time, I did think to myself, doesn't matter how fit you are, this can happen to anyone. But I always, and whether I'm right or wrong, I don't know, but I always feel that if something like that comes to you, which, touch wood, but, the likelihood is you're going to have a hiccup in your life, the fitter you are and the more able your body is to recover is so important. And that's one of the reasons I keep myself fit and I keep my cardiovascular levels in a good place because I need to be prepared for anything like that.
What are you running at the moment? How far are you actually running?
I've got up to 15 miles.
Wow.
But I'm back down to 10 because it absolutely ruined my legs and I had like 4 days off because of it. So I think I jumped too quickly. Paula told me off for that. So I'm going to kind of slowly edge my way back up this time and not get injured again like last year.
How are you feeling about the political race at the moment? Which do you fancy Liz Truss?
As a good Essex boy.
Yeah.
Do you know what? This is going to sound so kind of vanilla and sitting on the fence, but I've always chosen never to comment on my political stance. But I do have a favourite, but
But it's not a political stance because it's a Tory either way, isn't it?
Yes, for sure, but it's still edging towards one person becoming the PM, and they've both got other views on what they think. So.
But,
I just like to keep that close to my chest. That's the one thing I don't.
But let's put it this way. I mean, you will acknowledge that you're pretty comfortably off compared to most people. But I mean, what's really worrying you about the state of Britain at the moment? Because people are saying, they're looking at a winter of eat or heat, literally.
Yeah, I mean, that's worrying for sure. The cost of living is. I mean, I've got friends and family, and even myself. It's scary where we are at the moment, and it needs to change. It needs to change for everybody. But I mean, I just want the world to be a happy place now. It feels like the last
doom and gloom,
3 years. Yeah, exactly. I mean, with the COVID situation now, we've got what's going on in Ukraine, the cost of living crisis, etc. So I just hope and pray that sooner or later it's going to be back to a more calm.
sunny.
Yeah, exactly.
It will have to in the end. I keep telling my kids, the 70s weren't exactly wonderful, but we did get through it in the
Apart
end.
from Dr. Hook, who were pretty good.
Yeah, very good. All right, what about Saturday jobs or early jobs? What have you done? Because we've been talking about basically Saturday jobs and the amazing things that it teaches you to actually just get out there and do a job when you're a kid.
Yes, when I was a kid, actually, I was working really young. I mean, I was doing a paper round when I was probably 12 or 13. Then at 13/14, I started my own car washing business. Like my mum would drop me off in quite a wealthy area and I would knock on the doors and I ended up having like 6 to 7 clients that I would wash their car every week. But I loved it. I used to love earning money when I was a kid. And then I think I bought my first car when I was 15 to buy and sell and I started selling it in the loot. Is it the loot paper? Remember the loot? To be able to sell things.
Yes, yeah. Bit like Free Sheet, like the Exchange and Mart, but a different kind
Exactly,
of...
yeah. It was like, you could. And I was just buy and sell cars through that. So I was always working as a kid, yeah.
And it does teach you, doesn't it?
100%. 100%. I don't care how wealthy parents are. It's you should always kind of teach your kid to go out and get a Saturday job and 100%. It's important, imperative.
Yeah, we've got Liz has emailed in, said, age 13, I helped in a grocer's at weekends for 2 years on the meat counter. And I was later married to a master butcher for 50 years. The early experience was very useful. Yuck. It's all right for you, I suppose, but not for me. It's not one for me. Roger says, I used to deliver groceries for international stores on a delivery bike. My worst memory was overloading the bike and then trying to bike up the hill outside the shop. Hard work for a 15-year-old. Teaches you, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, we had Len actually talking about bikes. Obviously, have been in the memory of many. But Len said, "I worked delivering newspapers evenings. Rode a grocery bike with large basket on the front. Pedalled the bike like Granville in open all hours. Sometimes with a metal dustbin on the front. Also potato picking on a farm. All up to age 15.
Yeah,
Blimey.
potato picking.
Hard going. And just one more, I think we were talking about pick and mix for Woolworths. This is Wendy in Canterbury. I started working in Woolworths when I was 14. One day I was working on the sweet counter when I served a customer with warm roasted peanuts. Once the greaseproof bag, I gripped the corners of the bag with both hands and swung it to seal the top. On this occasion, the bag split and the peanuts went everywhere, but I still kept my job.
I remember. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
Hot peanuts.
Yeah.
And they would
smell
scoop them into a triangular bag, like a sweetie bag.
Yeah, with about 400 weight of salt on them as well.
If Woolworths had to finish for whatever their financial reason was, they should have just reopened sweet shops.
Things that we
Pick and
remember.
mix.
Pick and mix shops. Woolworths pick and mix.
Pick and mix, roasted peanuts, all of those.
Happy days.
No, they were.
Yeah, happy
Absolutely.
days. Yeah.
So
After
it's
school.
lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you
You're
too.
talking about eating peanuts when you're also trying to talk about getting fit.
Yeah,
but
and good...
nuts are good. Nuts are good.
Yeah, yeah. But good luck with the marathon. Keep us updated on how you're
I will
doing.
do. Thank you. Lovely to see you both.
Lovely
Look
to
after
see
yourself.
you too. Thanks very much indeed. Right, where are we? Oh, my phone's trying to
Yes, you've only
remind
got
me
15
to do
minutes to
something.
go.
It keeps reminding me how mindful I should be. Very annoying.
Right, OK.
Anyway. Across the country this weekend, there are strikes, of course, on the railways, causing widespread disruption. And now the UK's largest container shipping port in Felixstowe is set to go on strike over a dispute about pay.
Yes, well, East of England reporter Ed Crawford has been there to find out more for us.
In Felixstowe, the stormy waters on the horizon. Felixstowe is the UK's largest container shipping port and its workers aren't happy. In a dispute over pay, the Dockers branch of the Unite Union voted 92% in favour of strike action, and since then, negotiations have been ongoing. CK Hutchinson Holdings are the owners of the port, and they have tried to appease the unions by offering a 7% pay increase. This offer was rejected by the unions, who said it was below the 11.8% retail price index rate of inflation, and therefore not a solution to the problems. Since then, an additional offer was put to the unions, which was again rejected. The Port of Felixstowe issued the following statement. The port very much regrets that Unite the Union has walked away from negotiations and announced strike action from the 21st till the 29th of August. We believe the offer made to the unions of 7% on all pay plus £500 lump sum was very fair in the prevailing economic climate. But the union has refused to put this to its members, who are the people that stand to lose most from this industrial action.
For now, it seems the negotiations have faltered and strike action is likely to take place on Sunday the 21st. These strikes will continue for 8 days and they are likely to send shockwaves across the country. This is Ed Crawford, GB News.
Looking a little bit overcast there in Felixstowe. Let's hope the weather is good for you wherever you are at the moment. Right, now, we've got lots of comments coming in, but the most important person, of course, has just joined us, Stephanie Tetchy. Hello. How are you?
What an intro. Good morning.
Nice jacket.
Thank you.
Fantastic
so
That's
much.
a TVAM jacket,
It
that,
really
isn't
is.
it?
It glows
You know
at
what
you.
they
Turn the
say,
top
pink
back.
makes the boys wink.
Yeah.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, pink
Right,
makes
okay.
the boys wink.
So there's plenty to talk about, isn't there, at the moment, about Bennifer.
Yes, so...
Oh, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck. Last month, they surprised us all when they eloped and got married in Las Vegas. But this weekend, they're going to be doing it properly, and they're going to be saying I do for a second time. But this time, it's going to be in front of family and friends in Georgia, in Ben's £8 million estate. So it's going to be a 3-day affair. They're going to be starting with the rehearsal dinners tonight, the ceremony on Saturday, in which J-Lo's being tipped to be wearing a Ralph Lauren wedding dress.
Wow.
And then Sunday...
Imagine how much that costs.
Oh, millions.
But they did get married in Los Angeles.
In Las Vegas, yes.
That's
they did.
been many films where people have sort of gone out to get married and they weren't actually married.
Yeah, so they did actually get married.
Right, okay.
I remember the person...
But they did it quite suddenly, didn't they? I mean, it was... Nobody knew.
And last minute, I think, you know, obviously they were supposed to get married over 20 years ago, and this time round, I think they wanted less attention. But this weekend is where the celebrities will be coming out, and Vogue is going to be covering the ceremony as well. But Ben Affleck reportedly says he wants all the attention to be on Jennifer Lopez. And that's what I've kind of been seeing with all this wedding stuff. It's more focused on J-Lo, and Ben's been kind of hiding in the corner a bit, so...
But weddings are like that, aren't they? They're mostly about the bride.
Yes, and
aren't
what
they?
she's wearing and the whole journey.
Fair
so
enough.
That will be the most talked about wedding this weekend.
It'll be the most spectacular dress.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it, actually.
And an $8 million Georgia estate.
Yeah.
Interesting
How
to
nice.
see what
If you can,
what
why
state
not?
their lawn's in. Right.
Now, things are all happening over at University Challenge change.
Yes.
The start of 10.
They're changing host again.
They are. So this is going to be their third changeover. But you know what? This programme's been on air for 60 years. And Jeremy Paxman has been the host for the last 28 years. He's been... 28 years.
Bamber Gascoigne before him.
Yeah, and he was like the longest... well, Jeremy Paxman has been the longest serving UK quizmaster. But he announced this week that he'll be stepping down. Obviously, last year, Jeremy Paxman announced that he has Parkinson's disease. So now the replacement has been named Amal Rajan, who is the BBC media editor. He will be stepping down from that role later on this autumn. He says it's like a dream come true for him. He's been obsessed with the show and he's looking forward to getting into the hot seat, but rightly so. He says he's going to be he's got big shoes to fill.
Yeah, he's been on it, of course, as a contestant, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he didn't do well, apparently.
No.
But so hopefully he'll do better as a host.
He's going to carry on doing Radio 4 today as well.
Well, he's going to do Radio 4, but he's stepping down as his role as BBC media editor. Yeah.
He's done incredibly well, Amal
has.
I mean, I used to be on The Right Stuff with him when he was just the guy holding the microphone and taking it round through the audience.
Gosh, yeah,
that was Amal.
And then he became suddenly the editor of The Independent at the age of whatever it was, 29 or something.
But, I mean, a very, very talented young man. But
he's come through with leaps and bounds, and it's it's been interesting to see how his career's progressed. Obviously, he did get a bit of heat last year over the panorama documentaries he'd done on the Royals, but luckily he's managed to put that to the side, and hopefully he'll become even more of a greater household name.
Yeah. Are they going to change the format in any way? Or?
That they haven't announced, but I can imagine they will have to, because it's not going to be the same. And if you're getting a new presenter and the host in the hot seat, he's going to have to come with a different style.
Because, you know, they used to split the screen, and you always used to think... Yeah, but in the old days, you think, how have they got that set organised?
Oh,
so one above the other.
All sorts of funny sketches and cartoons with people falling off the top rack. But I hope they don't change it too much, actually.
No, exactly.
But it's a very good one for him. Very good. Meanwhile, supermodel Linda Evangelista, she's on the front cover of Vogue, nothing new there, except that it's almost not her face.
I know.
Can you explain what's happened?
So, Linda Evangelista, she was like one of the top 5 supermodels in the 90s with Cindy Crawford, Naomi Campbell, and then she kind of been hiding away from the limelight over the past few years. And last year she came out and she said she went for a fat freezing procedure, which went terribly wrong. So instead of shrinking her fat, it increased her fat, which disfigured her face. And so she came out with this last year. She won the lawsuit against the plastic surgery company, the cosmetic surgery she done it with. And now she's back on Vogue. But while most people think, oh, that's her face, she actually admits that they had to tape her face in order for it to look good on the front cover of Vogue. A lot of women are like, well, if you're saying you're embracing yourself, why didn't you just come out as your face looks now? But she's like, you know what, Vogue is all about fantasy, and I want to live that fantasy of how my old face used to look. So when we look at the front cover of September Vogue, hopefully there'll be an image that comes up.
An image of it.
So she's not been photoshopped?
No, she hasn't been photoshopped.
It's just...
But she admits that the makeup artist had to use elastic tape to hold her face and her jaw back together. So the things that people do for beauty is kind of looking at the front cover.
I don't know if we have a picture. Or in that case, I'll hold it up and see if we can zoom in.
Yeah.
But this is her face on the front cover
and
of
she's
Vogue,
got some kind of headdress around her as well. Presumably that was part of the process.
So you don't see her in any outfits. All that they've done with these photo shoots is they've just done close-up of her faces. So if you can see on the left, that's how her face looks normally.
What do we make of this? Because there's so much about people being photoshopped to make them look better. And a lot of modelers said, no, that's wrong. You should be seen as you are. And she's going against that.
But she is a supermodel.
She is a supermodel. And, you know, that's what she says. It's all about creating the fantasy. But now we're in this generation, especially with new Vogue, where they're talking about body positivity,
body image,
and they want women to feel better about themselves. She's still a beautiful woman. Fair enough, she doesn't look how she did when in her heyday, but she could have really came out and been like, this is me. Because when I was reading the comments, a lot of women are like, that's not how you look like. It's almost like too much Photoshop, too much, you know, your face being, oh, that's not you. So it's kind of like a very thin line, you know? Some people like the fantasy. these days some people just want a bit of realness.
But if you've lived your life as a supermodel, the last thing you want to do is really, I mean, you've lived that whole being as a supermodel. The last thing you want to do is show yourself warts and all.
But she's had the settlement, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's won the settlement, yeah. But it just means that now every time Linda Evangelista is going to do a photo shoot, people are going to expect her to look like that. And also, the Paps, they're going to have a field day when they catch her going to the shop, and she hasn't got that tight face anymore. So
true.
Right, talking of tight faces, Morticia, which is that not the Munsters, the Addams family.
The Addams family. So it's back for a reboot, and this time it's going to be Catherine Zeta-Jones who's going to be playing Morticia. And she revealed an image. We got this? Yeah, she revealed an image.
No, we haven't got that either. No, right, okay.
It looks incredible. It's going to be a reboot, which is going to be coming later on Netflix this year. Obviously, the films in the 90s were amazing and incredible. But this time round, we're going to have Jenna Ortega, who's going to be playing Wednesday. So the series is going to be focused on the daughter and her and going to an outcast academy.
But Morticia was always very lean and lithe, long dark hair, and presumably Catherine Zeta-Jones is going to look fabulous.
She's going to be incredible in that, because in the 90s it was played by Angelica Houston, and she'd done an amazing job with it.
It's going to be some job to top that performance.
Yeah, definitely.
And do you think they're going to carry on the old music as well?
I hope so. I hope so. And they've got the hand in it as well, which is great.
Thing. That's
no, that's good. That's good news. Absolutely. What did you do as a Saturday job? Did you ever have one?
My first job was at The Gap. Retail, and I loved it because it was like, it really taught me how good communication skills. I was only paid £5.35 an hour, and to a 16-year-old, that was like I was a millionaire then, and it was like so amazing. I made friends for life there, taught me how to communicate with the public. It developed my fashion sense. I loved retail. I really did. You can never knock your first job.
So it wasn't about the money as such.
No.
It was what it brought to you as well.
It's the experiences, and I think, as a child, well, when you become a teenager, then it's that kind of first intro into independence and into society.
Self-reliance.
I loved it. I worked in retail for at least 5 years after that, so came in handy. What was your first job, Mark?
Well, I had several. I was in a rose nursery where we used to graft roses to make new varieties, then a landscape garden.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, mixing up the old cement for the paving slabs.
Because they teach you things that stay for
exactly.
life.
Exactly.
I did washing up. I'm afraid I haven't washed up the rest of my life.
What a life skill to have.
It really isn't. Fergus has got in touch, said, I did gardening for Lord Darcy Bradle. 10 shillings for 2 hours, twice a week in his Holland Park garden. Lady Bradle brought me tea and biscuits halfway through. It was hard work at times. I was 14, but I loved it.
Yeah.
And then there's another one. Linda says, I worked in a cafe. A lorry driver grabbed my backside. I slapped his face. I got the sack. It wasn't very PC in those days.
Yeah, wasn't all good times.
No, and then Paul says, I did a morning and evening paper round, also a Saturday night round, and earned £7 a week. That was in 1964. Then I started an apprenticeship, and my first week's wage was £3.12 and sixpence.
Yeah.
£3.12 and sixpence. Those were the days.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we remembered that the threepenny bit had 12 sides.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't remember that.
No.
You know what threepenny is.
Indeed.
Yeah.
As opposed to
But that's all from
talent.
us. We're vastly running out of time, but we will be back with you tomorrow morning. Until then, ta-ta.
Bye.
Hello, good morning. Aidan McGivern here with the latest forecast. Showers for many of us this morning, but the showers are replaced by sunny spells in the south, whilst further scattered showers continue in the afternoon in the north. It's towards the north where low pressure is currently slowly moving near Iceland, and that's sent a couple of weather fronts in from the Atlantic. Those are clearing the southeast during the morning, but the potential for some heavy downpours for a time, East Anglia and the southeast, before eventually it turns drier and brighter, and by lunchtime it's, well, a dry afternoon for southern parts of the UK with sunny spells, whilst it's going to feel cooler for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Scattered showers here, a bit more cloud, a breeze, although still some sunshine away from the showers, and temperatures reaching 19 to 21 Celsius, 22 to 26 Celsius for southern areas with that sunshine and lighter winds. And actually, many of the showers in the north die away overnight, leaving behind clear spells for a time. But by midnight, the next area of rain and wind arrives into the far northwest. Northern Ireland, Western Scotland turn wet and increasingly breezy overnight, risk of coastal gales for exposed parts of western Scotland. Away from there, most places start off the weekend dry. There'll be some sunshine first thing, a fresh start, I think a cooler night to come compared with recent nights, especially in the south. We keep the sunshine though for the Midlands, eastern and southern England through a good part of the morning. Areas of cloud do drift south and they'll give some showers across central and southwestern areas, but the most lively showers are expected across Scotland and Northern Ireland and turn up into northern England by the end of the afternoon. Feeling cool in the north with that breeze, I think high teens at best. Further south, low to mid-20s, so around average for the time of year. Sunday starts dry and bright for many of us. It stays that way through the day in the east. However, it turns a bit wetter later on in the west.
There's just 2 weeks left of voting in the battle to become Britain's next Prime Minister. Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak have been dashing around the country, and tonight they make their pitches to Conservative voters in the heart of Labour-run Manchester. But do either of them have what it takes to defend and maintain Boris Johnson's mighty majority? GB News is proud to be hosting the Conservative hustings in Manchester, live and exclusive from 7 p.m. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the